home in Arizona, where Officer Hensey...
A lot of time.
This is James Hensey, a former chief of police of the Buckeye Lake Police Department, and this is his long overdue interrogation. Before he could be made accountable for his actions, he had gone through years of unaccountability, misuse of the system, check fraud, and much more. Surprisingly, it wasn't any of these crimes that got him here. All it took was a harmless misfire that unveiled everything wrong with him as chief of police. In this video, we're taking you through the estranged case of James Hensey. On March 10th, 2018, an incident was reported from the Leisure Village home in Arizona, where Officer Hensey arrived at the scene and accidentally misfired his gun. Prior to this incident, he was put on medical leave after he had his finger amputated. The doctor had put him on so-called light duty, which basically means desk duty, which means that he shouldn't have responded to an incident like this. He should have left it to his brothers in blue. The doctor's note said that he can return for light duty on March 12th. This incident happened 2 days before that. At the time, Buckeye Lake Mayor Peggy Wells also told him not to report to duty as well. On the 4th of April 2018, he was brought in for interrogation as part of the internal investigation into the misfire incident. At least, that's how it began. After he's read his rights, the interrogation begins with him describing the incident.
Lancaster, we needed we were coming down 79, and we were in the area of Buckeye Village, and my telephone rang. It was from Darlene Witt Over. I've known the family since, well, I was a firefighter with her brother Terry forever. And she's on the phone screaming, saying her aunt, she found her aunt in the middle of the road, and that two guys had broken into her aunt's house and pulled a gun point. They were able to escape, but the gunman shot one guy who was laying on the floor bleeding to death. The gunman was still in the house. So we're right there between both entrances. These girls, the main entrance and the second entrance. I tell Jeff, go there, because it's right over here in the section. So as we're there, I call Steve Ritter. Literally, this is what we got to get down to the intersection. Meet with us. As we pull up, I'm down in the sheriff's office. I call the sheriff's office. Tell them exactly what's going on. They say, you want emergency traffic? Yes.
Did you call them?
I call the sheriff's office. We're standing there, we're just trying to decide what's going on, and she keeps saying, he's dying, he's in my house dying, he's in my house dying. She was very physically upset. Both of them were really upset. I had no belief to doubt them. I wasn't even thinking of being on technically light duty.
Right.
Had no gun with me, and with there someone possibly being in that house dying, you guys have done the same thing. You went in. We had 3 people here, and we've been trained. I told Ritter, give me your handgun. We're making one around the side of the trigger to see if there's a door on the back. I said, go get your rifles. You don't know what he's got. Give me your handgun. It's the same identical handgun that I've got. And we went in, cover 3. Remain was the first one in the door, went to the right, because it's a single wide. Went in, I went to the left, and I held the whole back of the trailer. And the trailer's really dark. And the only lights that's on is their flashlights and a TV in the very back room. I'm standing here, low ready, left hand, and all of a sudden something flashed. I thought someone was coming up, and when I came up, I did. Running around, on the floor.
Did you have your finger on the trigger or something when you went up?
I had, yeah. Because I was coming up to protect myself.
Right.
And I just hit that counter and it just, pow. Well, just simple as that. We cleared the house, no one was there. It was the TV and the doors cracked about that big. I talked to the woman and her son, didn't know that she had an onset of dementia, what he told us. Of course, the other day that she told him Trump was in her bedroom.
Considering that he had his finger amputated before the incident, he should have only been assigned to desk duty. Instead, he heard the call and decided to take matters into his own hands, without realizing that his finger amputation may affect how he handles a gun.
And that was what she'd seen a police movie prior to going to bed that night. So, I checked the house to make sure everything was fine, that we didn't hurt the electric, didn't hurt the water, brought her in, set her and her son down, and said, listen, we had an accidental discharge. Sorry about that. Everything in the house is fine. And his exact words to me, I don't give a shit as long as my mom's okay. I said, what about a doctor's? If she's hallucinating or something like that, we need to get him to take care of her. Let's get her to the hospital. He said, no, she goes to the doctor's in the morning. I said, come and get a copy of our report so your doctor can have that to use to see what kind of medicine to give it on. And he said that would be fine. Or I would have paid something that night, but with her, he's like, I'm staying here, she's going to the doctor's in the morning. She argued a little bit with me, no, I'm not. Mom, yes, you are. You got a doctor in the morning. And I told him, I said, Dave, you got to get a copy of this report. Or have your doctor, get something from your doctor with fax copy of the report over. Just to show that she's hallucinating something so she can get help. And we went back to the office, all three of us wrote up our statements, wrote up the use of force where I had the accidental discharge. From there.
So you guys do the accidental discharge off the people, everything's fine with them. Now, at some point, Heber came over, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were they called to come over?
I don't know that. So again, I didn't hear anything on the wall. Sometimes when we got something like that, they just drift over, and we drift over to them.
Sure.
You know.
Kind of good mutual aid.
Yeah.
Was there any conversation about not telling them about the accidental discharge?
Yes, there was.
Okay. What was that your call?
Yes.
Okay. What was the rationale?
Ritter likes to tell things, and for the integrity of the case, integrity of the accidental shooting, Ritter, you don't have to go tell everybody we had an accidental shooting. Let's get this investigated first. Let's go get it looked at. Let's save the integrity of the case right here before anybody, 1,700 people know. And that was the only reason. There's no reason to hide anything. How can you hide an accidental discharge?
It's tough. I mean, go bang for a while.
Yeah, and you got to expense shell if we got the shell. Yeah, I sure did. I told him. Because he likes to tell, and there's some things that happens in-house just like here. You guys have things that happen in-house. You guys aren't supposed to tell anybody until things are looked at. I did exactly what I was supposed to do. I called the mayor 6 times and she never called me back. She called Ritter instead of calling my phone. She does that a lot. Just the other day, she was standing there, Ritter's phone goes off, call from Davey Wells. He's talking to her. I walked up and saying, why aren't you calling me? I'm the chief.
Right. Huh. You guys got some communication barriers between you and the mayor, you would say?
From years, she's been on council for years, and yeah, she never liked the police department. She's actually picketed against the fire department. She didn't like them. She had a big meeting with Randy Thorpe, and Billy was still there, and wanted to see about bringing them in and get rid of us and Billy, and the guys told me, you can't afford us.
Right.
But when she took over mayor, she took me in on January 19th. I told her, all I want to do is my job. I want to work with you. I have no hard feelings about nothing.
So far, his story is plausible and makes sense. But if any part of his statement contradicts the evidence, it could land him in trouble. Now, of course, as we said, the accidental shot isn't the only trouble here. It's now time for the officers to make a complete profile of him based on the countless accusations and complaints against him.
My computer at home is set the same way the computer at the house. At the office. And if I was at my house doing this stuff, and you go to my house right now, I can show you the stuff that I've done, changing policies and changing things. I've had permission from our mayor, Carol, to go there.
Have you had permission from Miss Mary to go there?
No, I haven't. I wish I'd have brought my phone in. The times that they're probably talking about is I burnt my foot, right heel, really bad, hurt the bone. And I had to have a special boot. And it hurt to walk. And I would come in the mornings, I would get the mail like I was supposed to, I would check the phone reports and do everything else, and then I would go to the house and do what I had to do, But I always had my walker right there, and they knew this.
Well, I think part of it too was they said they came over, a couple of times when you were just wearing shorts and a t-shirt and watching cops while you were on duty.
No.
And that was and then when I checked the records, you had a log on his hours.
Yeah.
But my concern is if you're at home that day, and that's true, let's say that's true what he's saying, if you're just sitting around watching cops when you're supposed to be at work, that could be an issue.
Right.
Obviously, you're the chief of police, you wouldn't want one of your guys doing that, so, you gotta understand from, our perspective, looking at numbers and looking at everything else that are brought to us as a concern, we have to try to figure out why, or justify why that's happening.
Right.
So, and that's why I'm asking you, because I want you to justify to me why that is a reoccurring thing for everybody we talk to. It's a reoccurring issue that, Jimmy goes home a lot, and, he'll leave and he'll just stay home. But it literally is a reoccurring thing. Everybody said the same thing. Why do you think that is, Jimmy?
I get to go home a lot. But I would be in blue jeans or my BDU pants and a shirt that always said police. And I would be doing the stuff that I was allowed to do on the computer for the mayor. And then I would go out and go get cards, tag numbers and stuff, and jump cards, and I would do my OLEG or write it up. I wouldn't do the OLEG at the house because I couldn't. I could only do it at the office. But I would write the jump card stuff up. I mean, just because if they come home and see me, I'm in a t-shirt that says police and I'm not wearing my full uniform with the badge and all this, everything else, doesn't mean that I'm cheating the system and not working. I'm doing a lot of things in the background that...
Speaking of that, jump cars, I wanted to ask you about that too. What are your procedures for jumping cars?
Jumping cars?
Yeah, well, so you get a car in an impound, nobody comes and gets it. What is your procedures to get rid of that vehicle?
Run the thing through the state of Ohio, they come back and tell us if there's a lien on it, and then you send that person, or if there's a lien on it, you send that person 10-day notice, or if there's no lien on it, you send that person, the owner, 10-day notice, and then if they don't collect it, or you get it back, you have about 10 days to pay the towing or anything like that. If not, then I go get a title from the DMV.
He claims that he had permission from the previous mayor about working at the home, especially when it's desk duty. It's bold of him not to take permission from the current mayor, Peggy Wells, even if he doesn't get along with her. There's also a conflict in the hours involved in. It is important to note that in small towns, the police and the mayor don't always get along. So the possibilities here are that he's either opposing the mayor, or the mayor decided to create a case to get him fired. Both possibilities need to be considered from a neutral point until the evidence points to the right side.
There have been those allegations, a little more than just allegations, very, very specific things that I've checked out. Not making a lot of sense, okay? One of them, especially being the water pump, taken off a truck or a Randy. Randy came with the water pump that was going to be carried. And Randy had your permission to take the water pump off the truck that was in the income tax. So think about that before you answer me, Jimmy, because I want you to be really honest with me, man. My goal here, dude, I respect you. I really do. Genuinely, like, I want to make sure that you come out of this thing, okay. Whether that's okay with your job, okay without your job, but what I don't want to see is something that you get charged for jail, right? You know what I'm saying?
If anything was taken off them cars, the village already owned them, and they had permission for the mayor to take them. I personally have never taken anything off the cars, out of the cars, anything. Now, Randy and Mark Deming has, yes, but they've always had permission, and they've never done anything until the vehicles were owned by the village.
Sure.
And they were going to the junkyard. They were getting loaded up that day or the next day and going to the junkyard to be crushed.
So it's all the same pile of money, right? I mean, if one car goes, it goes whole, or it goes, are they jumping it out? Are they checking for all the equipment? Or are they making sure that if they can pull the engine or a water pump or anything off of that, junkyard will do that? Or you sell them out as a whole?
So at the car, I've seen it, when I take them there, they ran the forks through the forklift, with the windows, picked it up, put it in this thing, put it down.
Was there anything like a sandwich?
Yeah, but I didn't even know about water pumps, Gary. But if it was taken, battery, water pump, I will tell you, I knew a jack was taken, one of them scissor jacks, but it was already up on the trailer, trunk was locked, and Randy's like, oh, we got a jack, all right. But the village owned their vehicles, there was permission by Clay Carroll, nothing was taken until that stuff was taken, the village owned it.
Okay, so when the village owned it, let's say they get everything properly, the village owned it, did you take any batteries then after they owned it? Did the mayor say, hey, you can take these? I'm trying to explain it for myself in my head why I had two people telling me the same thing, two different people. One, that I would say is completely on your side, one that says maybe not completely on your side, and they're both telling me the same thing. So I'm trying to figure that out why in my head that would be the case. So is there a circumstance or instance where you did take a battery or two after the mayor cleared it?
I've never taken a battery.
Never?
Never.
Okay.
Never.
All right. Well, I needed to ask you about that because, like I said, I've had a couple of them here. All right. So you don't know anything about Randy taking the water pump?
No.
Okay. Randy saying he had your permission to do it, not the mayor's. He said he had your permission.
Well, he probably asked me, hey, I'm going to get something up on these cars. And it may have been, it may have been a water pump. I don't remember. But no one took anything until the village owned the vehicles and they were going to the scrapyard.
Okay. All right.
Matter of fact, I can tell you,
Yeah.
he took a set of tires off once for a vehicle. Those good tires that were going to the junkyard. They put it up on the thing, they lifted it up, took the tires off because it would have fit one of the village work vehicles.
Oh, nice.
Now that's a new low, especially for a chief of police. Of course they have to check this out by looking at the records written up by him. And these may be just accusations from someone who wants him fired. In case it is true that he steals parts of cars and resells them, it could land him a very serious offense.
Actually, I want to call it actual discharge. It was a shot at the ground, right? Essentially. You knew that you were not on duty, right?
I knew I was on light duty.
Okay. You weren't even on light duty according to your doctor. You were on light duty until the 12th.
Knew I had the doctor's excuse with me.
I've got the doctor's excuse. It doesn't say that you could return until the 12th. This incident happened on the 10th, but you were not to return to work until the 12th.
Okay, the 12th was a Monday.
Yes.
All right, and this happened on a Saturday. Yes, I could return to duty on Monday.
Yes, on Monday. So that means you weren't on duty. You weren't on duty at all, right? That's why you didn't have a gun with you. I would assume you had your police ID probably, but you didn't have your firearm, right? Okay, that's because you were not on duty, correct?
No, I don't feel that way. I feel that I'm in the village, I'm on duty.
Even though the doctor's saying you're not allowed to be on duty until the 12th.
The doctor said you return to duty. That's a return to work.
Right.
Okay? I was physically working to get paid. I got paid through sick time, but physically showing up and doing the work. But I considered myself on duty because I'm in the village. I live in the village. I'm the chief of police, so I'm 24/7. So yeah, I considered myself on duty.
Okay. So if one of your officers acted the same way you did, the same manner, you would have a problem with that then at all. If they were not due to come back to work for 2 more days and they took a call in the village, they took a call, even though they're not cleared to come back for 2 more days, would you per se, do you have a problem with that?
If it was the same situation that I was put in,
Sure. Oh, exactly the same.
no, I would not.
Okay. And why is that?
Because there was imminent risk of death. He was there. He had plenty enough people to take care of what the situation was. And I believe he has what word do I want to use?
You want to use probably duty to do something, right?
Yeah,
I
and
assume that's where you're going with
yeah,
that. Okay.
yes, I do. I would not have a problem with that at all. I mean, the accidental discharge was very unfortunate and a bad timing, but no, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all because of the imminent danger. And it was just the way she was saying it, just like, he's dying, please help, please help, please help.
Who's responsible for your auxiliary hours?
Jeff or me.
Okay. And who's responsible for are you his boss?
Yes.
Okay, so are you also responsible for the hours that go to the city council? You're turning those to the city council, right, as not?
At the end of the month report, you mean?
Yeah, the end of the month report, where you've got all the hours listed for everybody to work, all the calls that were taken, all that stuff.
Okay, we get the calls and everything out of the computer system.
Okay.
And Jeff would estimate the hours.
How's he estimating the hours? I'm curious on that part.
I work 80 hours a week. 80 hours a week.
Every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks. That's 160 a month, so he'd put 160. He would take what he was supposed to work, divide that by 2. That's what he would get, just down the line like that.
Okay, that's for the full-timers, right?
The pay.
For the paid people. And Jeff Verbatim was in charge of all the paid people to make sure that all of their numbers were accurate.
Well, we turn it on the payment slip.
Right, but who was also responsible for that, to make sure those numbers are correct?
Those numbers were estimations. They were never correct, not meant to be correct.
Because you guys are paid by the hour, right?
Mhm.
How do you get paid by the hour, estimate by the hour? How does that work? Because we have a time clock, we gotta turn stuff, we literally have a time clock.
So we don't.
Right, which is crazy, but it keeps track of our hours very well.
We used to have a time clock, and for some reason, I don't know why it went out.
But if you don't work, if I estimate you work 20 hours, but you only work 15 hours, am I not cheating the village out of 5 hours? Or your police department, your limited budget, are you cheating yourselves out of hours if you do it that way?
No, because our hours was not estimated. The hours worked was by our time sheets.
Okay.
And then it was verified with Mary over here.
Okay, how will Mary know how much you work?
Oh, she would see us. I mean, you would write your hours down.
Right.
I mean, like if you go out there right now, I'll sit here with you. You'll see 6 a.m. on my timesheet, but you won't have a time ending. Because before I leave and go home, I would write, okay, let's say I'm up 4 today. I write 4 p.m., now of hours, I'm going to put 3 hours.
Okay, you don't do any kind of trip sheets or anything then, right? Trip sheet?
We need trip sheets.
Like a long trip log, like your officers do when they're out riding around.
No.
Which makes sense, you're the chief of police, so you just put in your time, your hours, and that's it.
Yeah.
So who is ultimately responsible for making sure those hours are correct?
Are you talking on the sheet that...
I'm talking about the sheets that you guys turn in to Mary. Who is responsible for those numbers that go over there?
Ultimately me, but I didn't do their time sheets. They would do. Each officer does their own time sheet.
Sure.
Like if you do work for me, you do your time sheet, and then on Monday mornings when I come into work when it was supposed to be turned in, I look.
Right.
All right. I know your day's off.
Right.
and I'm gonna know if you had to work over or something. I'm gonna know that, and I just verify through there, and then I sign.
So you know when somebody has to work over or comes in for somebody else, they notify you, so you know.
Yeah.
So then you're ultimately responsible to make sure the numbers are accurate when they go to Mary. I assume Mary does some other report as well, or did at the time.
I have no clue. We just turn in our time sheets too.
But you make a report for city council, or for village council, I'm sorry, I keep calling city council, I'm just used to this. You make a report for village council,
At
right?
the end of the month, they would get a report on the fire department, every street department, and everything else.
Right. And that report is done by who?
We're making,
Okay, so Remain does the report. He does the report up, and I would assume, since you're the guy in charge ultimately, and you're the one responsible for numbers ultimately, you look at that report. You don't look at the report that Remain's doing?
no, he would come in or on Friday, when I'm off on Fridays, and he knows Monday is the council meeting. He would do it up, and then he would take it over and give it to Valerie. There's plenty of times I would never see that report.
Okay. So nobody looks at what Remain's doing as far as the numbers go?
On something like that, no. Because they were just estimated numbers of, he could probably keep it down for 160 hours a month.
I'm talking about, okay, I see where you're going, I'm sorry. Let's go back, let's say the auxiliaries. Who keeps track of their, I got where paid guys are, Remain is in charge of the paid guys. I got it.
Remain?
So Remain's also in charge of the
Yes.
auxiliaries, okay? So when those numbers go over, do you check their numbers too to make sure that they're accurate? Because you said, like you said, you know who's coming and going.
Well, he put the hours down. Well, they were, some of them work 16 hours a week, a month. Some of them work more.
Some of them work less. In fact, a lot of them work less.
I have no clue.
But you know who's coming and going, Jimmy. That's the whole thing I want to get at. You know who's coming and going in the department, and there are people like Schilling. Schilling? I know
Jason Schilling.
Jason Schilling.
Once again, he was put on light duty and wasn't allowed to be active until Monday. The incident took place on Saturday, so technically he was supposed to be on medical leave at the time. Also, this hourly rate check is extremely ineffective, as anyone in a position of power can play favorites. And without proper checks, everyone can log in as many hours as they want and take home a big fat check. In law enforcement, we expect more accountability than this, but unfortunately that's not the case. And because it's all manually logged, anyone can get in the way of mishandling the documents.
He saved us so much money without having to farm out their training that he would give you the 16 hours every month.
Gotcha.
That was false.
So your old mayor,
Frank Foster.
two mayors ago? So your mayor 2 mayors ago said that was okay?
Yes.
So you guys continue to put 16 hours on his the monthly report was turned into village council?
Yes.
Even though he was not working 16 hours?
He wasn't physically working 16 hours. That's
Right.
But he would come out every once in a while.
I agree. No, they said that too. They said he could come out every now and then. But he wasn't coming out 16 hours a month, was he?
No.
So when you take a report, and it's being generated by the police department, and it's going over to the village council, has him having 16 hours a month, that's not accurate.
It may not be 16 hours. I believe it is accurate because the mayor, Frank Foster, said, we will trade him this 16 hours a month if he continues to train us.
Right.
And that's the way we did.
I understand what you're saying. I do. I get it. But, a guy like that's value. But you want that guy to actually work. When you're presenting those numbers to village council, the numbers don't match what's actually going on. So if you put 16 hours down, it looks like that guy's been there for 16 hours now. Put at least 16 hours a month, right?
If you wanted to look at it that way, yes.
I don't know. I really don't know how else to look at it, Jenny, when it comes to that. Because, again, valuable guy. You want to keep him around. You want to keep him happy. But he's not putting the numbers in that you were saying he's putting in. Does that make sense?
I see the number side of things. Okay, I see your number side of things. But also on this side of the tracks, the mayor said, do this because he trains us like this. 1 month we'd have our taser, then it would be like a month and a half, 2 months we'd have to do our radar, and then the other. So I see where you're saying number-wise 16, but I'm doing what the mayor said to do.
Okay, so let's say the mayor didn't say to do that.
Huh?
Let's say the mayor did not tell you to do that.
Mhm.
All right, let's say that doesn't have anything to do with it. Is that still an accurate number if the mayor doesn't say you can do it? If he puts 16 on there, does he work 16 hours a month?
I would do.
I know, but is that accurate? Is that accurate that he works? Let me just say it this way. Is it accurate that he works? He comes out to Buckeye Lake, physically works 16 hours a month.
No.
That's what I want to get at. Okay. Now, Vicki Glover, when's the last time she worked for you guys? Would it be accurate that she worked in October 2017? No. But she got 16 hours for that, what that month, too. On the report that you guys turned in to village council.
How that is still not clerk.
Exactly. She's not. She's not.
No one took her off the sheet.
No one took her off the sheet, but somebody filled out that she worked for 16 hours.
Check, just 16 every month.
You don't have a problem with that? As a chief of police,
That I do.
Oh, I have certainly a problem with that.
That I do.
Not only that,
Yes.
we've got Barto, he works a lot, I understand, but not all the time. What's the other name here? Bear. Tedra does not work 16 hours a month, but it's on there for 16 hours a month. Every month that she's been there, she's got 16 hours a month. I call her, she's 16 hours a month. I call the guy she rides with, Hoss.
Jeff Hobbs.
Jeff says, no, she does not work 16 hours a month. Yeah, you guys put 16 hours a month on that.
Again,
You understand, that's a criminal charge. That could be a criminal charge to do all that
there's no
stuff.
monetary value.
There's no monetary value. You're making it public record. You're falsifying a public document.
Yes.
It's going over to village council. See what I'm saying? So you're falsifying a document that goes over there. And I don't know why. I don't get it. I really don't understand it. You know, but I mean, this is the place to explain it, Jimmy, if you're going to. I mean, this is where it gets explained.
Numbers just don't match. Notice the rise in pitch of Hansie's voice? This means even he doesn't believe his answers are correct. It's a trick to convey a lie by shouting it out. As the chief of police, he is the bridge of communication between the city council and his officers. And if he's not accounting for everyone's time, this creates conflict in the workplace, which is also why he's had many complaints about himself, and why he's being interrogated right now.
And you have faith in that person. And evidently I shouldn't have had faith in that person.
Well, here's the thing. I delegate things to him all the time, constantly, because I'm a supervisor. But what I also do on the back end is I want to check to make sure they're done. Not that I don't trust them, but, you know, being a supervisor, you have to make sure.
And that's what I should have done.
And the biggest thing is, and especially in our job, is the accountability.
Right.
All have to be accountable. Ultimately, whatever I screw up, is my supervisor.
right.
It goes on you. He actually screws up if I screw up, you know, and you're the department head, right? Everything under you falls on your shoulders, correct?
Yeah, and you know, when I would delegate things to Andy, and Andy would do it, and it'd be done right. And I probably, and I shouldn't even use the word probably. I expected the same thing out of Jeff from me.
Sure.
And you know, and I thought, well, you know, I've known Jeff for a long time. He's not a screw up. He's doing what he's supposed to do. And you're right. I should have said, let me have that report. But I honestly never seen the report. He would either do it on Friday or he'd come in on Monday when I was working. And he would ship it right off to Valerie, and Valerie would print it and give it to the council. But you're right. I should have had more. Should have given this right. You know. But I had, you know, Andy did a hell of a job for me, and I didn't have any problems, and I got into that blind side, if you want to say.
So when you guys are computing auxiliary hours, there's no system there, right?
There was a system, and Ron did away with it. They had time, they had
How long have you received
4 years.
So for 4 years, you got no system in place to track those hours, right?
Right. And we have in the last probably 3 months, or long, or not as long, there is an auxiliary, it says reserve hours now on this big book. They come in and write their
They're
time.
supposed to,
Supposed to.
but nobody does it.
Now the officers point out the biggest oversight on Hansie's part. There are numbers clocked in for officers who aren't showing up or are dismissed. So it begs the question of, where does the money go? Does the chief collect it for himself, or does someone else give him the money? Let's see.
Okay, let's go to these checks that were attached for the insurance company. Now, I talked to the insurance company about those checks, and they had some pretty big issues with them. All right, that may be something that I'm going to have to turn over to somebody else to investigate criminally. If it gets to that point, I may have to do that. What I don't know was the insurance checks that when you were transported to the hospital, you were supposed to pay. You weren't supposed to cash them. You cashed 4 of them.
Oh, Lord.
You got it. See, Jimmy, the problem with an internal investigation is once it starts rolling, it starts opening the door to all kinds of other stuff that comes in. And I have a duty now to at least address it and try to figure out what's going on. In this setting, again, remember here, okay? I can't use anything you say criminally, period.
Oh, I understand.
So, all right, I want you to understand that, you know, before you.
This is funny. These checks, I honestly, wholeheartedly, with my life, believe they were my Aflac checks. Because I talked to John Curtis, you can call him and ask him, got it in my phone. He says, you've got a check coming, and you're going to have checks coming for your follow-up visits. I just got a check, run out to my truck, give me the keys. I got $3,100 out there. I just got an Aflac check for this. I honestly, wholeheartedly 1,000,000% believe them checks were mine. This started to piss me off. When I found out they weren't, I made arrangements and they were taking money out of my payroll every month. I didn't fight the system because I honestly believed they were my checks.
Did you get any Aflac checks during that time that you were getting those checks?
Yes.
Okay, so did you wonder, like, hey, wait a minute, why is Aflac sending me another check?
No, because he told me that I had money coming from follow-ups.
Gotcha.
Just like a few minutes ago, I go to the hospital. I've been to the hospital since February 4th, every day for 3 hours. I turned in everything he just told me. He said, get everything else you need because you've got follow-up coming from your Aflac accidental insurance. That's what I thought those checks were.
Have you been able to recognize those checks now when they come so that you don't cash them? Was there
Yes.
something that you can say, hey, I can't cash these checks anymore?
Matter of fact, I got another check, and I said, "Who does this belong to?" I took it to the village. They said it was me, so I cashed that check. That, guys, was 1,000,000,000% a mistake on my part, but it was not out to steal anything from anybody. I never stole anything from anybody. I never would and never will. That check stuff. And we even talked to the lady with Mayor Carroll, and we got it all upset out there taking money out of my checking account every month. I called the lady, this is my bank number, this is my routing number, they're taking money out. Evidently they're paid off because they don't take out anymore.
Okay. So, you guys have made arrangements to get it taken care of.
Yeah, there was arrangements taken care of. For every month that money came out.
Is it still coming out, or you gotta take it?
No, it's got to be paid off because they haven't been taking their money out.
All right.
Guys, that upsets me.
But you gotta understand it. It's something like that.
not you guys.
I understand. And you know, Jimmy, I don't want this to be an adversarial thing, man.
Yeah.
You know, I want this to be just all out there, and again, out of respect for you
Yeah.
and the job you've done for so long.
If this is the level of incompetence of a chief of police, we can't imagine how the justice system is afloat. His ignorance is beyond reproach. He relies on the people that he delegates to the point that he doesn't even check the reports before submitting them to the council. Gets written up and immediately printed and sent off. Here, he can get caught on defrauding public records and police reports. Now, because this is an internal investigation, the list of complaints doesn't stop here. The next one is about a check fraud that immediately gets on his nerves.
I want to give you opportunities here, and that's it. I don't want to force your hand on anything.
No.
I don't want to give you advice. All I want to do is try to find out everything about it.
Guys, I don't have nothing to hide.
There was somebody mentioned a suicide scene where $140 came up missing. And they said that you had access to the money, and that you mentioned that the dead guy wasn't going to miss the money. Do you recall anything about that?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
You guys get a lot of suicides out there?
Not a whole lot.
Yes, I'm 17. You ever how about how many last year?
You know, the last suicide I was on was with Andy, and the guy had shot himself in a bed, in a bunk bed.
Good. That's the incident I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So do you recall that? Do you recall some money being exchanged, or we had taken it from the scene?
Andy took everything because I couldn't stand the smell, and I do believe his family came and got everything.
Okay. The deceased family did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Log sheets. Who's responsible for keeping the guys' log sheets? Guys and gals that work up there, their road log sheets.
They run it out during the night, put it in the box.
There are 3 months from last year.
Road logs, or are you talking about?
Road logs and actually city council, the reports that you guys in the city council, those are also missing.
Now, I know Peggy said something about them.
They're all missing. The whole month, like 3 months worth. I think it was April and July.
It was April, July, and November.
Yeah. And yeah, that's correct.
Because I was looking for them yesterday for her.
Okay. Yeah. Any idea what happened to those?
Not. I talked to Jeffrey Mayton because he gathers them up, puts them in a big envelope. He does the monthly report, copies it, shoves it in with the road logs, flips it over and writes road logs and stats in the month and the year, and then he takes the other report over to Valerie. I asked him what he done with them. He has no clue what he done with them.
Why do you allow them to leave the office in the first place? I know that everybody's mentioned everybody's got stuff at home. Why does anybody got anything at home? Why does Jeffrey Mayton have any paperwork at home? Any files or anything else?
The only thing he would have at home would be his qualifications for us, and there were his copies. And when Peggy was asking me about the qualifications, I didn't know Jeff had already put them all together, and they were in the cabinet right by his desk. So there was.
And let me ask you this, Jimmy. And again, this is gotta stay here with this stuff. Did you guys ever kind of cheat your way through the qualifications? Because I looked at your qualifications and, if you shot, you only missed one round, throughout 3 different guns and a couple of different years, and then you went to try to qualify this time and couldn't hit anything. Something jumps out right there, just for me as being investigated. And then when I talked to everybody, they said they don't watch you qualify. No one's seen you qualify, so
Now he's getting agitated. He claims that after he realized the mistakes, the checks were returned. But this is something that needs to be investigated before he can be cleared on something this big.
Will not pass you identical. He'll make you, matter of fact, I'll give you a scenario with Andy Davis. Andy wanted Jeff to say, hey, I did my hours. And when Andy got in trouble in Muskegon County, he got work together, worked with the doctor. Andy said, just tell him I was here to work. Jeff said, absolutely not. I am not doing that.
And why is Jeff going to other people playing hours that never happened?
I think it's just muscle memory. Not muscle memory. I just think Jeff thinks that, his 16 hours, he wouldn't know if someone came out and worked. Like during the day when he's off, or during the night, weekend when he's off. I think he just thinks it's the honor system, and I'm going to give you 16 hours. And he's not 100% sure if it did or not. I don't think it was to deceive anybody.
His tone is starting to rise, and this accusation specifically hurt him a lot more than the other ones. It's possible the case was addressed, but nobody looked at it properly. Now they come to another allegation, which we can say was the biggest mishandling on his part. And you've heard the phrase taking candy from a baby, right? Well, this guy took money from a dead person.
Jimmy, would you say that everybody got 16 hours in just based on what you know?
The guys that I have now,
I'm talking about, let's think of all 17. Let's just take 17 to right now. Do you think everybody really got their 16 hours in?
if they didn't get their 16, they got close to it.
But you would say that's an accurate statement, and that not everyone got their 16 hours in.
I would say it's accurate. They were close, but
Gotcha.
may not have got to 16.
Okay.
Some of them may have got more than 16, and they only got right down.
But that's fair to say, though, right? That
Yeah.
they didn't get 16 all the time. And it's also fair to say that you're in charge of that. Ultimately, it's your department, your responsibility to make sure those numbers are accurate.
Them numbers were never, ever in the whole world ever meant to be accurate. That was just a summary of what we've done.
Okay.
The only thing accurate in that whole thing was the very front page. That was accuracy.
And it wasn't accurate because you guys missed Ritter's numbers on almost every month.
What do you mean?
Like Ritter's numbers that he had, your call volume is actually way bigger than you guys claimed it. You guys had more calls and did more things than you guys claimed. Because you didn't factor Ritter's numbers in. All of Ritter's call records, all his calls, all his stats, even his hours worked, nobody calculated.
The Ritter's not putting his stuff in the computer. That would be the problem there with
Okay.
call volume.
What do you mean put stuff in the computer?
He's not typing his stuff in, his CR's call records in.
So
And I would
you
know
guys
that.
go off of that for the call logs. So you take call logs and put it in the computer, and then Verbatim gets those numbers off of the computer to
Yeah, he
on
gives
the
in there,
stats.
it's,
I got you.
and it's generated through the computer. So if that call number is low, and it's Ritter's not putting his stuff in.
Ritter's name's not even on the Ritter's name's not even on the list of anything that's been done. Go grab one of those packets for me. Yeah. Because we can grab it. Ritter's name is not actually even on the list of auxiliary officers or part-time officers, full-time officers. His name's not even on it. So
Steve's, is it?
no, so we wrote it in and put down the stats that he got, and your numbers actually rose. Instead of being down here, they actually rose a lot. So you guys aren't getting credit for a lot of stuff you're doing because his numbers aren't being calculated in there. So, I don't think your village council is getting an accurate number, really, of anything. They're not getting an accurate number of how many people are coming out to work, their hours, or their call volume.
Steve Ritter's name's not on that report.
Yeah, and I'll show you when he brings it back over here. It's not even on there. Yeah, when you open it up, you've got all his call logs. So you know his call logs are on there, all his hours are on the call logs that he did, and everybody he picked up is on there. Now, what I did too is I went back and looked at all the call logs, and there are guys and gals that have 0 call logs. None. But yet they got 16 hours listed, and they're not on one call log.
Oh,
They're
they're
not on one-
auxiliary?
They're auxiliaries. They're not on any call logs, they're not on anybody else's call log either. They didn't pick up anybody, they didn't take anybody back, they didn't do a slash mark and then put their name on it, nothing.
They usually put their name on it. Like if, let's say Tedra rode with Hawes, he would put his name on it, and he should put Bear's name on there.
Yep.
Tedra.
Some of them do, most of them don't. Ritter's pretty good about putting another name on there if he has somebody ride with them, and so
Right.
is a Haas.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't. I mean, they don't at all. So when I look at it, And you think about it from a village council point of view. If I'm looking at something like that and I want to see who's out, I see that this guy has 16 hours listed this month. So I go back through all the records, and there's not one mention of him there. There's not one log. There's not any numbers.
3 months of files missing. Just like that, his downfall's coming. It compels the officer to ask him about his qualifications, only because of how badly they dealt with the paperwork. And while this is something he has ease in answering, considering his years of service with the department, it will give him a reason to reflect on his bad accountability and delegation skills.
I mean,
Do you see a problem with the way things are?
I see things needs to be changed.
Sure.
Majorly.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem changing that stuff majorly.
That's right.
But I had no clue that Steve Ritter is not on that list.
For instance, see January here, we actually wrote in Ritter and Jackson because Jackson actually wrote with Ritter, I think, that one day that month. So we wrote his stats in there, and his hours in there anyway. You know, and then Andy Davis picked up Bartow. And Bartow got 7 hours that day. Bartow didn't get 16 hours in that month.
Now, there's times here that Bartow is our bailiff.
Okay.
And he would do the bailiff. There would be no call off for him.
Is there any record of it?
Sure.
Does he sign in or something? Or?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Is there anything that's written down?
No. He comes in and he would be the bailiff. See, Nikki Glover's still on. When is this one? 17?
That's January 17. She was part of it about
Yeah.
half a year at least.
See, this should have been updated. He goes in the computer and gets this every month because he has to change that from month to month. January, February, and then New Year would come in, put the 8.
What do you see your total call for service is 93?
Mm-hmm.
That's not counting Ritters.
See, now this number, if that number's off, then Steve Ritter's not putting his CRs in our computer system because this is generated from our computer system. So if that number's off, then Steve's not doing what he's supposed to do and he's hiding his CRs somewhere. Because I'm not part of it, I'll see him in the book.
Yeah.
But I don't go in and check every one of them in the computer. But you're right, Ritter's name ain't on this.
Right, it's not all on. So the reports are just generated like that when they're turned to city council or village council like that. So, and there's,
You know, I never even thought to think of that.
yeah, there's a lot of them. A lot of them.
Wow.
Were there any times, Jimmy, that you claimed some hours that you didn't actually work?
No. There's hours that I work that I don't put down on my time sheet.
So you work an extra hours kind of thing?
Yes. My phone would ring constantly. I'd have to go out. I'd have to go out. I never put the hours, all the hours down. Because I know we're short of money. I didn't want to work myself out of a job. You can ask any mayor that.
What's the most people you guys have had out at one time?
2.
2?
Yeah, 3.
At any time, any given day?
Usually 2. I would work 6 to 4. And then someone would come out from noon to 10. And then would come out at noon, give me that 4 hours to go in the office and see what I had to do.
So, is there any time that you have 3 or 4 people working at once? Never.
It'd be nice.
Right, it would be. So on April 25th, 2017, you have 4 people listed as working at the same time. You got Davis, Verbatim, you, and Ritter.
The level of unaccountability here is just too much. Hansy himself is surprised at this point and wants to see the numbers himself.
The call runs and everything else, and who marked in, who marked out, and all that stuff. You guys aren't anywhere on it. You haven't reviewed anywhere on the call logs,
Right.
see, nothing, 0.
What day was it?
April 25th, 2017, on Tuesday. Ritter actually got called in to cover for either you or the main one. He was not on his regular schedule for this.
Yeah, okay.
You remember that day? You were going forward for me?
Yeah, yeah.
It was on
We
that.
went 4 on several places.
Sure, that was on a Tuesday. You were going to Perry State Forest.
We've been there several times.
You were going to Muskegon first, and then they not have that not open, and you went over there?
Yeah, yes, yeah,
That's the day, right?
yeah.
Okay, that's the day that you went on Tuesday, the 25th, I think it was.
Okay, then Ritter worked for Vermont and I took the day off.
Okay, so you do remember that day?
Yeah.
Okay, so you took the day off. What about Vermont?
Probably used sick time like I did.
Okay, so you sick time that day?
I'm supposed to, yeah.
So you used sick time that day on the 25th to go out forward. So you weren't sick?
No.
You were just using
Well, I shouldn't say sick time or PTO time.
Okay. What is your PTO time? Explain it to me.
Personal time off.
What do you have to do to have personal time off? Just get that?
Yeah, our pay stubs don't say sick time. It says PTO and then we get vacation.
I get you.
Computer so much. I mean, if you wanted a day off, you just say, hey, I'm gonna take this day off. Just like that day, Vermont had to say, hey, this, you wanna go there? And I'm like, yeah, get someone to work for me. Okay, call Ritter in.
Okay, that's what happened that day then?
Had to be.
Okay. So he called, who called you or?
I think, you know what, I can't tell you that. I don't remember.
Okay, but you know Ritter was called in to cover so much.
Yeah.
Okay,
On a Tuesday, it'd be Jeff or Nate by himself.
right, so Renee would have had to take a personal day off, and you would have taken a personal day off.
Yeah.
So when you take a personal day off, how do you notate that you took a personal day off and you guys turn your time sheets?
Should be like sitting down there and then the amount of hours you took.
Okay, how many hours is it now? You take sick time or you take a personal?
Right, it's PTO time.
That's considered the same thing as sick time for you
Yes.
guys? So you don't actually have sick time, you have to take PTO time?
Right.
Do you have to accrue that time, or how's that work?
It's pretty low.
All right, so you would have to say PTO time or just time sheet or something?
Or, yeah, 6 PTO, whatever you put on there.
Yeah, that would be for how many hours?
Well, we're 10-hour shifts, so we need 10 hours.
Okay, all right.
Since we took the whole day off.
You do recall calling in then for that particular day, you guys going forward on that?
Yes, because we went to the one place and we were closed.
And that was it Mesquite, was I right about that?
No, some other,
Zanesville, was it somewhere, I thought it was Mesquite somewhere, or that's the information I had, and then they were closed, and you get prepared.
we went to Perry, different part of Perry, and they hadn't opened up. The next day they opened up. But the one trail that we did go to was already open.
I got you. And then you had to go to, so that was on the 25th, right? That's your time sheet, right?
12 hours, 6 days, 16.
Yeah, you see the problem I'm having with that?
That shouldn't, I didn't even finish this week.
That's because somebody grabbed it and made a copy of it because they knew you were out four-wheeling and you were supposed to be at work. That's why that's there.
Well,
Because they were concerned that you were taking time off and doing things and claiming time for work. And that's why there's a copy of that. You probably did actually finish that time sheet. That's a copy of the time sheet up until that point.
I think we do have to finish one.
And we do have to finish. Yeah, so that's your handwriting.
probably
That's your
that's my
signature.
handwriting, yeah.
It's not just his lack of accountability that's being questioned here, it's everyone involved in the process of submitting the numbers. The only reason we're focusing on Hansy here is because he's appointed chief of police for a reason. He's supposed to be the first to fix this sloppy paperwork problem, not wait for some internal investigation to take place after months of evidence. Now, while he keeps calling it a mistake on his part, we can't help but notice that some of these mistakes seem too deliberate, especially the one clerical error involving him.
You know, I just should do like I do it now, which is fill it out as I go. But that day here, someone may have taken and pulled the copy off it, and I know who it was, Steve Ritter, but that was not done on purpose. And I'll give them their 12 hours back. That was not done stealing and lying.
Good. You see the problem, the issues that were raised, Jimmy, are legitimate issues.
I can see it.
Because if they're coming to your house and you're sitting around, I'm not saying it's true, I'm saying that's what they're reporting. If you're sitting around watching TV and you're on duty, they feel like you're stealing money from the village. If you're going out and riding four-wheelers on a day you're supposed to be at work and then you claim time off too, that's a problem, man.
Oh, I can see that being a problem. That wasn't done on purpose. I can tell you that.
And out of respect for you, Jimmy, I'm laying everything on the table for you. I'm not holding anything back from you.
I know.
Here's one of those of yours.
And Vermaid was with you, and Vermaid claimed 6 hours.
Why would you pay the 6 hours when you're supposed to work on Tuesday, or it's 2 to 10? So, I don't even know why that was put there. That was noon, it should have been noon to 10 instead of 4 to 10. And it would have been 10 hours.
What time did you guys get back from that trip?
Hell, I don't know.
Was it dark?
No.
Maybe he tried to come in later, I don't know. But he put down numbers too on that day. He wasn't at work. The Ritter had to come in because the two of you were both gone. And the dispatch traffic had Ritter on there, not you guys. And obviously, and you're being honest with me, that, you guys were out there on the 24th.
Yeah.
So that's a problem, Jimmy. And I turn this stuff over to Mayor Wells and the village council. They're probably gonna have an issue.
Well, you know what? This was not done on purpose. I probably should do my time sheet every day that I get done, and I didn't. That right there, the 25th, was not done on purpose. And I can understand it looks terrible.
But Jimmy, you just told me earlier that you do it like that you make sure that you don't put anything on there until you're actually done.
I just started doing that.
Okay, I got you.
Because of all this issue of them saying, time sheet this, time sheet that, time sheet this.
Right.
And pay is very,
This is, Jimmy, I don't know if you've ever seen this before. This is a couple of years of people thinking that you're doing stuff that you shouldn't be doing. A couple of years, since 2014. That's how long that is. That's a lot. That's what's gonna go over to those guys, man. And obviously, there are issues there. Now, obviously, there are some issues, whether you did it on purpose or not, there are issues there. are very serious.
Like, what issues are very serious?
Like if I did that, if I left and I came back here and I put in, I worked that day, I get charged with that office. I don't get fired. I get fired pretty quickly here.
Right.
All right, so I don't know what they're gonna do there. I don't know their procedures. Frankly, I don't care, because that's between you and them. My job is to find out what happened with everything.
Yeah, I did not do the 25th of April, or this, was it this year?
So,
That's right. 17, on purpose, you know? Yeah, probably, I was lackadaisical in doing the time sheets every day, but I know how she is, so we have tightened it up very much because I know how to
Now, while some businesses specify sick days and vacations, this department calls it personal time off, or PTO for short. Now, if he took a PTO, his 8 hours a day are justified. But we need to know the reason. Otherwise, this will be a sign of dishonesty on his part, on top of his unaccountability charges.
getting guidance on how to do that, okay? But to say I blatantly ripped off this Buckeye Lake Police Department is bold. I put 34 years of my life out there. I gave them people more than anything. I lost a marriage over this police department, okay? I've lost girlfriends over this police department because I spent more time there than I would with them, you know? Just because someone comes to my house and they see me in blue jeans and a t-shirt that says police and a Glock 27 on my side doesn't mean that I ain't working. Doesn't mean that I don't have something in the mix going on. You know, Mayor Foster, Mayor Carroll, every time I would be working out of my house.
Jimmy, your computer, like you said, if we were at your house, does the same things the computer does at work. In fact, you're not running at your house. You're running at work. Why don't?
Because it's more peaceful for one thing. The phone's not ringing 300,000 times. Chimes on the door's not ringing on and off. Bing, bong, you gotta walk out through the other side of the office. It's more peaceful and you can get more stuff done. Steve Ritter don't come in and stand at your desk and do this for 45 minutes, you know? And try to get things done, and Andy wouldn't come in and do all this. And you're trying to get something done. It's like 17 different ways. Like you're Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah, it's impossible to do. I understand that. It's impossible to be in your position. A lot of times it's hard.
Yeah,
I get it.
and I can tell you exactly, and you can just look at me and tell me it's none of my business. I don't care. That stuff coming up there is from Steve Ritter. Steve Ritter wants my job.
I'll tell you what, I'll be completely 100% honest with you, because I don't bullshit. I'm not bullshitting now. That did not come from Steve Ritter.
Some of it had to. None of it come from Steve Ritter.
Nothing in that book came from Steve Ritter. And let me just say this. I'm gonna end the whole thing on this, Jim. Whatever you do, whatever you decide, I want you to understand and know that we respect you. We've known you for a long time. I hope things work out for you. I really do. I'm sorry that I even got pulled into this thing because it's unpleasant. It's not pleasant for me to have to investigate you, okay? I took no joy in this, believe me. But I wish you luck, man. Whatever you do, whatever you decide, I hope you, succeed in it. If it's this, and you stay here, I hope you succeed. If you decide to take off, I hope you find something good for you. If you get fired, I hope you find something good for you. All right, but I want you to understand, there's no animosity here. There's no heartbeat. I hope you feel the same way.
There isn't. I understand what you guys had to go through. I understand what you guys are doing. But the mistakes that were made, and there were mistakes made, none of it was done to rip off anybody, discredit anybody, get any extra free money, or what, pad anything, or anything like that. The auxiliary hours, and for Nathan doing them, I should have overseen it. But when you delegate something, I thought I should have just made sure it was right. Or I should have just did it myself. But when you got so many things going on, you delegate to this judge. Absolutely. And you guys are good friends, I'm sure. But you believe in him.
I do.
And I believed in Renee. My problem here, I should have probably just made sure it was done right. But I have no doubt in him because he's done stuff like that before.
I guess just for future reference, Jimmy, I trust him, but verify it.
Well, and that's what I should have done.
I mean, and that just keeps me, because since I've got some vicarious liability and all this stuff, with them, with the other detective, I got to make sure that I'm doing things, they're doing things right, so it doesn't come back home to me. Ultimately, you're the head of the police department. You're the top fish over there,
Was,
but
I'm sure.
Like, you know what I'm saying? You are.
Oh, I am.
And so ultimately, who's it come down to?
I know, exactly.
As unfortunate as it is, you know, it's gonna come down to it.
Oh, I know. And it's gonna come down when you guys give her a report. It's gonna come down and she's gonna let me go.
But you know what I'm giving her. I lay it all on the table. There's no surprises.
While these can be treated as simple crimes, knowing that this kind of incompetence has been going on for 3 years means that the issue truly is hard to neglect. Who knows how much money the city council signed off on? And who knows how much evidence he tampered with just to make a few extra bucks? At the very least, he should be fired, because he could possibly face jail time for his actions.
And, you know, I didn't have nothing to hide. You know, just like this, whatever date that was, in my hours down there. I come in here with nothing to hide because I didn't even realize that. And I should have done it day by day, like I am now. I didn't even realize that. To be truthful with you, at the end of the week, you got so much stuff coming up the second week.
I know, but you can't estimate, and you can't go back to that kind of thing. You say you're estimating your hours, you know, with Remain estimating the hours, and you estimating the hours, and then the estimates for city or for you know, auxiliaries, and then you're giving that as an official document to village council, who's making a public record. No, it's accurate.
Yeah, now I see where she's going with this letter of accuracy of reports. Now I see where she come up with this public records request or documents or something like that. And I agree. I should have done a little bit more due diligence when Jeff was making up the reports. Yes, I should have.
Martin, how long have you been at Buckeye Lake? Your total years of service?
33,
34 years, a lot of time. Do you feel in any way that the village owes you anything?
As in what?
All the time of service that you've given to the village of Buckeye Lake, do you feel that they owe you anything?
In this matter here, are we talking?
Well,
or anything?
I think it's come to a point where, you know, you kind of get this complacent, this is how it's been done, this is what we do. You know, you mentioned I take a lot of phone calls, I do a lot of work outside of your actual hours. I do too. I do Facebook page, I do a lot of things. I don't necessarily feel like, you know, the city owes me anything, but, you know, there may be times where you said, well, okay, I worked 8 hours today, but I did 2 hours outside of work. You know, you probably did, but you didn't actually log those hours in the format to desk.
Right.
I mean, in instances like that, I mean, you feel like it's a wash when things like that happen.
No.
We don't feel like the village is doing anything for all the service we've done, and, well, okay, you know, I worked this much, yeah, they had, you know, I gave them an hour every year, it's not a big deal. You know, I'm basically, don't feel like that.
Okay. I like to get paid for what I work. Like I said, I didn't turn in some hours because I knew I'd worked myself out of the job. And that's the way it's always been. I'll give you an example of the reason why. Right before Mary left in November, December, I asked if we could get a window tint meter for $48. No, you don't have the money. Seriously? $48. So that's the way we've always been in that village from day one I started. They won't give us nothing. We buy our own paper. We buy our own uniform. They give us the uniform on it. But we buy our own boots. We buy our own guns and our belts and stuff that whatever the uniform allowance won't cover.
No, that reminds me of something though, Jimmy, I gotta ask you before you take off here. You threw away a bunch of property earlier,
No, it was boxes and stuff like that.
Okay. One of them was one of our uniform shirts.
Yes.
See that?
Yeah.
Why'd you throw away our shirt?
It had been in the back of the property forever.
So some of the stuff you threw away was that property or just boxes? Because we found some dried up meat and all that stuff too out there. You understand, you gotta get 4 hours to throw that stuff out, right?
That was just dirt.
Okay.
That was just the dirt. That
I just wanna make sure that it's,
No.
you know, because I know that
Yeah.
procedurally you guys do a lot of stuff procedurally that makes no sense to us. But I wanna make sure it's here because that will get you in trouble. That'll get you
Yeah.
in trouble like really fast.
that was just dirt.
Okay. So
You
you
know
don't
what?
want anything from
No.
that it was not meant to be in there. Or
No.
it just didn't have no instructional training, right?
There's a bunch of stuff already boxed up that says,
It says
destroy. Well,
Did you get rid of that stuff?
No.
Okay. How do you get rid of this stuff?
Mark Gardner. And that's what we were waiting for was Mark Gardner.
Okay.
But we had 3 totes, we had all this stuff. The only thing we threw away was empty boxes because we would take all this stuff that was in boxes. We had 3 big totes and we'd write on yellow piece of paper what it was, put it all in there, and then after that tote was full, we put tote number 1, put the illegal people in it, and put those on. We did, I think, 2 or 3 of them. The only thing we threw away was 50 boxes, the Tasco shirts, and I think was it a planner?
I think so.
Yeah, just dirt.
Well, it's nice to work from home if you're a freelance worker, but being a chief of police means being where the action is. Our employees, maintaining sheets, and running proper checks. All this can't be achieved from the comfort of his home. Anyways, after this, he just goes on and on about how the council is against him and the small-town politics. In May of 2018, a 10-hour meeting took place to decide the fate of James Hansen. The council voted 5-2 to terminate him as the village's chief of police. Mayor Wells filed 22 administrative charges of neglect, incompetency, and malfeasance against him the month prior. In July of 2019, the Licking County Grand Jury indicted Handy on 2 counts of unauthorized use of property, both fifth-degree felonies. The indictment's first count covered the period of January 19, 2016 through June 14, 2017, stating that the defendant, quote, did knowingly gain access to, attempt to gain access to, cause access to be granted to, or disseminate information gained from access to the law enforcement automated database system created pursuant to Section 5503.10 of the revised code without consent of or beyond the scope of the express or implied consent of the chair of the law enforcement automated data system steering committee. Assistant Prosecutor Paula Sawyers claimed that Handsy is essentially accused of doing background checks on non-police department employees, which again is not permitted under the Ohio Law Enforcement Gateway. James Handsy was placed on diversion in October of 2019, and since then we haven't received any updates on his whereabouts. This interrogation was a stark reminder of just how old and broken many police departments really are. Ironically, the only way his lack of accountability, his lack of checks and balances, and his lack of effort came to light was that he accidentally discharged his weapon. It was the smallest detail that led to 22 charges and finally 2 counts that put him away. This was the shocking case of former police chief James Hansen.
Good morning. My name is Robert Shalide. I'm the Chief of Police here in Shelby Township. Welcome, Township Board members, invited guests, and media members. In the last 2 months, our police officers have dealt with 3 acts
This is 50-year-old ex-police officer Lionel Marchetti. Lionel is about to be interrogated by the Plant City, Florida Police Department after he shot and killed his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend.
Wow, where'd you go to school at? Did you go to high school farm here or California?
California. I went to Urban Day High School. It's a Catholic school.
You college after that?
Went to University of Southern California. And I went to Hampton Institute. I got drafted by San Antonio Spurs in 1981. I went to the team. We went to Mexico for a couple of years. Came back, worked as a security guard, and then got into security management. And during that time, I went to part-time police academy, got my certification, got married, had kids, got divorced, moved out here. She followed me out here, and she moved back. We've been together since 1998. You know, we've had ups and downs. She's kicked me out 3 times. This time, actually, I just decided, to move. I just couldn't couldn't cope with it. Just the way she was treating me, and I just didn't see a future. But the thing is that we were still around, so, you know, I still talk to her, and she still called me, and I was doing some work on her website. You know, and just that I'm straightforward. I don't hide things. I don't lie. You know, I was headed to go fishing, and I forgot my bucket and my folding chair. My folding chair is in my own office. I should have never been there. I should have never been there. I could have just got another pocket.
On March 25th, 2010, Lionel's ex-girlfriend wanted to remove some of her belongings from the home they once shared. She brought her boyfriend with her to lend a hand. When Lionel saw them together, it filled him with rage, so he shot him 4 times. After he was dead, Lionel called the police and waited for them to arrive.
When I go fishing, I don't even eat the fish. I just don't like it.
So you gonna go fishing? You went by the house real quick to get the bucket?
Just to get that. Just to get through, just stupid, you know. Take time. He was raising his hand, or I don't know what he was doing with his right hand. I couldn't tell. But I just reacted, you know.
A judge called Alice Ortiz Nieves a monster before sentencing him last year to mandatory life in prison for felony murder. Ortiz Nieves at one point had to be forcibly removed from the court during the sentencing. The boy died from internal injuries suffered in a Gaines Township home in June of 2017. It happened while Ortiz Nieves was babysitting.
This video contains the interrogation of a man who murdered his girlfriend's young son. On June 13, 2017, paramedics received the type of call they dread to hear. A young child was unresponsive. They quickly arrived at the home of Ellis Nelson Ortiz and his girlfriend Sonia Hernandez and found 4-year-old Giovanni Meja still lying on the floor. He was rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Meja had multiple wounds that made doctors suspicious that this was not a natural death. Upon further examination, it was discovered that there was internal damage from being struck in such a manner that could only have been deliberate. Hernandez denied that it was possible that Ortiz had hurt Meja, but when the other children were questioned, each one admitted that Ortiz had harmed all of them on a regular basis.
Nelson, there's some of the things we're going to ask you that are going to be repetitive. Some of those things those guys already asked you, and we don't know the answers to them yet. So I guess in the beginning, what I want to do is I just want to say let's start with what happened. Tell me here what happened.
Well, this morning I woke up, I was kissing me, whatever. I'm laying on the couch.
What time was that about?
Probably like around almost 6:10 because she goes to work at 6:30.
Okay.
So she gives me a kiss and then she leaves for work and I fall right back asleep on the couch. I want to say, I can't even tell you the time I woke up. I don't know if it was, what time is it now? Noon. Okay, so I would say probably like an hour before the whole situation happened. I woke up. Okay. On the couch. I wake up.
Maybe it's easier if I back up a second, because I don't know who all lives there. So tell me who all lives in the house.
Okay.
Okay, so you woke up on the couch and it would be about, say, 9:45. Okay. And
Yes.
And
So you woke up on the couch and you... Yeah. And okay. And then... Yeah, one back. And is there better than normal to share together? Well, I split them up, you know, for some purposes, you know.
There were 7 children in the home. 3 belonged to Hernandez, 3 belonged to Ortiz, and 1 was Ortiz's niece.
A little bit, but, you know, they got us split, you know, that's why we split them up. Okay. So they were in split rooms. And okay. So she woke up 6:10, she gave you a kiss, 6:30 she leaves. Roughly say 9:45ish. Does that sound about right, or would it be earlier? Man, for I couldn't tell you, because I didn't even look at the time I woke up. I know as soon as I woke up, my playing in the living room there would be loud, so I woke up, gave him a bowl of cereal. You can go and keep talking. I'm just going to write. I gave some cereal, and then after I gave him some cereal, I go in the back. He was laying down in his room up, and after that, you know, I took a shower or whatever. I used to make a shower, because sometimes. So, I make him take a shower, like, come on, take a shower or whatever. And when he gets up, he's like, no, I don't feel good. Man, all right, well, I grab him, and he feels kind of hot, so I'm like, all right, come on. So I turn the shower on for him. He gets in the shower. I go back up to the front. I get some water, a cup of water, because he hadn't ate yet. He just roughly woke up when I just woke him up. Okay. I get him some water and some bacon. So I go back there. Like, when I go back there, he's in the water or whatever. And then, like, I don't know, it just seemed like his body, like, he just looked like he was getting stiff, like he couldn't move. And then, so I grabbed him out of the water. The water was kind of cold, you know what I'm saying? Because I was like, he was kind of warm, so I was trying to, like, wake him up or whatever. So, how cold was it? Was it the water only on cold? Or no. It was like, you know, like mid, you know what I'm saying, mid cold, mid hot, like okay. Warm. You know call it lukewarm? Yeah. Okay. So I grabbed him out the water. I'm like, right, and like he couldn't move his body. He was just looking at me, and he like, yeah. I'm like, buddy, are you all right? He's like, yeah. So I try to give him some water. I give him some water, and like he's drinking it, but at the same time, like, I don't know, it's like he drank it, but it was like he got, like, it was getting stuck. So I'm like, just give him the water, keep giving him. I'm like, buddy, you hungry? Like, yeah. So I try to give him some bacon, and I just keep trying to give him water, and then, like, I feel like his stomach is filling up. How much water would you say you gave him? I just kept trying to give him water, because I don't know, you know, I didn't know what was going on, I didn't know what to do. So I'm thinking, like, I don't know, dehydrated or something, I saw his body turning pale. I mean, like, it's basically, yeah, like, my whole body turning pale. I'm trying to get water, like, all right. And, like,
Neha suffered from multiple severe injuries to his abdomen, which were in various stages of healing, indicating that he had been suffering long term.
Like, I felt his stomach to the point where, like, it was bloated and hard. So, throw up. So I'm trying to push on his stomach so he could throw up, but he ain't throw it up, so I try to stick my finger in his mouth so he could throw up. He bit me right here. You know, I'm like, throw up. I didn't know what to do. So, like, all of a sudden, I go to get him some clothes or whatever. Something like that came in the back, and I'm like, no, go in the front. So, like, the light shut off. So, now, I'm like, where are you at? Are you in the bathroom? No. By this time, I went to my room. I get a towel, you know. I'm trying to get him covered up and everything. So now, I'm in his room trying to get him some clothes. Is he saying anything to you at this point? No. He's like, he just stare at me. He might say, like, one word, but he's not really, you know, not saying nothing. So by this time, I go in his room and I lay him down. I lay him down on the towel. I put some pants, some shorts on him. And now he's not saying nothing. So I'm come here. So I'm trying to give him air and CPR, you know what I'm saying? So ambulance, call the ambulance, hurry up. So now I'm trying to give him CPR and blowing and, you know, give him air. And I'm doing this for a good like 5 minutes. I'm like, call the ambulance, don't call the ambulance. So he goes, takes off, he comes back, and he comes back there. I'm like, he's not breathing, call the ambulance. I grabbed him, I picked him up, and that's when I went to the kitchen with him, I was there when I told him to go outside, and I just saw him in the kitchen. I'm trying to give him CPR and blowing his mouth, he can get air until, you know what I'm saying, somebody comes, and then all of a sudden, that's when we go to the kitchen trying to give him CPR and stuff. And,
Okay. It's okay. It's all right.
Ortiz breaks down in tears, but does his grief stem from remorse that Mejia is dead or fear that he will be charged with murder? I recently released another Patreon exclusive video, this time showing a woman who drove so recklessly she ended up plunging into a house, killing all 4 of her passengers, who happened to be her friends and co-workers. Watch her interrogation plus many more Patreon exclusive videos at patreon.com/Stranger Stories Plus.
I know this isn't an easy thing to talk about. I'm sorry to make you have to go back through it again, okay?
it's like, like they're wrong, like this. I take a step up to the plate like I have my own kids. I love my kids, I see my kids, I take care of my kids. And I feel like it's my fault, man. Like he's not,
Well, so much so that he's been sick before. He's been sick for a while. Is this a new thing? I mean,
no, he's been. I don't know if it's sick though, cause it's been like going on for like about 2-3 weeks now.
How long from the time that he? How does that normally take?
Like last night, he ate.
What did he have last night?
He ate pizza.
Okay.
He ate the pizza. Well, he ate a bowl of cereal first. Then he went and ate the pizza, drank some water, threw it up.
Okay. And he threw up the cereal and the pizza? I mean, kind of.
Yeah, he threw it up. Yep.
Okay.
And food from yesterday, he threw up.
Okay. Is he taking any medications right now?
Not that I know of. So I don't really know.
Okay. Do you know, has he been to the doctor recently? Is he getting any medication? I think he's done prescribed?
No, I don't.
You don't know or you don't think so?
No, I don't know. I don't know if he's taking meds or not, but I don't do it for medicine, so I don't know what she is. I don't know. I don't really know.
Do you know when the last time he was at the doctor?
No.
Would it be safe to say that it's not been in the past 2 weeks?
No.
Has anything else been out of the ordinary that?
Well, yeah, me and one day, he comes back there and he tells me, I don't want to put all the blame on this. I don't know.
No, I understand, but we'll take the blame. It's the truth, right? They didn't come from nowhere else that you can tell.
But yeah, when I first, I guess, I don't know if it was her family. It's past February 27th is when I had that.
Okay, and you got it? 1 second?
Yeah.
How much? That's why you're up.
No, I finished it. And then just got like, see, I try to get a chance with their kids, I love kids, I got my own kids, like.
Most of the adults who knew Ortiz would agree with his assessment, but children under his care told a different story.
everybody will tell you I love kids, I take care of kids, whatever. But every night, I always try to give them a chance. I try to give them. You know, so every night you tell me, like, he's in Liverpool, and he runs to the back door of Nelson. You know, Nelson, I swear I just saw like, looked out the window and I saw like explosion. And then I turned over to the kitchen and I saw like a dead body. Like, you idiot, you know what I'm saying? What are you, come on, man, let's go check. And I'm like, look, I'm really seeing these things. See nothing. Okay, I'm gonna come to the back. Go back to the back. I'll put a light. I'll turn the light on.
This is late at night.
Yeah, this is.
Okay.
So, and I'm like, I hear some girl talking about that. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, man? Ain't nobody there. You go okay, man. Yeah. But then it wasn't even that, like, they talked to them. But they all did it, so, oh no. But that's what it is. I don't want to blame. Like,
You said 2 weeks ago, she started getting ill.
yeah.
Is there anything that led up to that? I mean, when I say stomach flu, when I say like I'm sick, I'm down with the count. I'm in bed, I can't get up, I'm sick, I don't feel good. Was she all that? Like, and this, was she from 22nd up until 2 weeks ago, he was fine?
Yeah, he was good. He was normal, yeah, he was good. He was good.
And did the sick thing that started at home, start at school, or did that start?
He don't know.
Okay. Does he go to daycare anymore or anything?
No.
Just for you?
Yeah, just me.
Okay.
Roy.
If Mihai had gone to a daycare, the signs of problems at home may have been spotted early enough to have saved him.
Was there any problems that he had, any type of injury he had following a fight, altercation?
Well, they always fight. You know what I'm saying? They fight every day. They always fight. You know?
Okay.
That's like a normal thing for them.
But was there anything like you walked in and he was unconscious, or he had a pretty big bump on his head, or anything that would, tell you that he had been in a pretty significant fight?
Well, yeah, like, a couple times, he came up to me like, oh, Nelson, he must come all over there, and I check on like, oh, this is all okay, this is nice, and he's okay, you know what I'm saying? But, that's a
How long would it have been? Was that around this 2 week time, before or after?
No, this was probably like, a week ago too, when he came up to me and told me that.
Okay. And
at the same time, he made me like, push me against the wall, and he had scraped his face right here.
okay. He had a bump on his head. Where was that bump at?
I think like right on the left side.
Left. So left back top, kind of.
Yeah, kind of like right here.
Okay.
But they always fight like that. Like, rams his head against the wall and he pulls her hair, them kids, they're rough. They're rough.
Was there anything like that? I mean, this is 1 to 2 weeks ago, but this happened further back, the illness when it started. Was there anything around the illness time that you're like, wow, he's having a ball or his before, and then all of a sudden he either is going off or anything like that? Anything like a concussion?
I don't know. I can tell you, I don't know. I mean, if you bump your head, I don't know if you got a concussion or not.
I'm just asking if this behavior change. Yeah, start acting strange.
Just one day, like, I'm gonna say, like, probably like a couple days ago, I'm sitting with him, and, he's just like, I don't know, he's acting, it's not really, like, he's just acting like he's just like, I don't know, like, just real shit. Like, you okay? And I asked him, You get into anything, you get into so many, you get into this, like you put background or something, like the ice cream or some coffee or whatever. You get into anything, tell me what you get into, did you drink anything, you know what I'm saying?
Did you get some ice cream and coffee that before that or after that? Like you was looking sick or feeling sick, did you get that to make you feel better or was it before that?
No. I just went, we just went to the store and got some ice cream and some pie, you know what I'm saying? So when I come back, whatever he eats, all of that, you know what I'm saying? And so when I come and look at him or whatever, he'll take it to me and like, oh no, you look like you're sick. Like, you okay? You okay? Did you get into anything? What did you get into? What did you know what I'm saying? Show me what you got into. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, there's chemicals and everything. I'm trying to fix the bathroom and all that back there. So, you know, if you get into anything, you know, I'm hoping you get into this glue that I do the pipes with, you know what I'm saying? Like, no. I'm like, man, you don't look like, you know what I'm saying? You don't look like yourself. If you get into anything, you alright? You know, yeah, I'm alright. And I just left it like that. I'm like, alright.
And he was fine later that day, that afternoon?
Yeah, still just acted like he was sick. So I didn't, I didn't know.
Miha's behavior was most likely due to previous injuries rather than any type of illness.
But it was. I don't know if he was not playing or nothing like that. Where was that group out there? As well? Where was his stuff kept there? The group?
Yeah.
I just keep it right there, like on the top of the sink in the hallway.
Did you see any open containers like you had been in that glue or anything? You know what I mean? Was it open on the floor, spilled over like you was in it? Or?
No, well, you know, they could open it themselves. But I don't know if you want to tell me if you got into it.
But it wasn't left open?
No, I didn't do something.
No, I'm saying if they were playing it, they might open it and left it open. You didn't leave it open?
No.
If you got it, you got it in the bag?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or there was some on the floor too, you know, I guess it was like 2, 3 right here, and then there was 2 by the floor by the bathroom, you know what I'm saying, like you walk into the bathroom.
Did you find those moved before you had last left them?
Yeah, well, I don't think they're there now. I think I put it back up on the sink.
But you didn't find them in the middle of the floor like they had been playing with them? They were where you last saw them? Okay. Aside from the glue that was out, was there anything else that you may have gotten into? Any chemicals in the realm, anything laying around?
Like, I had a bowl of, I don't want to take the stuff. I had a bowl of that. It was, but it, like, there's a white one right now in the hallway that I had come in the hallway, but I left here too. But it was another more like clear one. And I had left that out too, like just clean or whatever, and I left that in the back too as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I had cleaned up or whatever.
Okay. And you think that, I guess I'm trying to figure out what he may have gotten into at the time that you started getting sick. The 2 weeks ago was a sick thing. You said only a couple days ago is when he had the food, the soda pop and ice cream stuff. He started getting like, would you describe it as more sick?
Oh, he just looked like, he was like, trying to like feel like he checked down in or something. He was just, you know, about to pass out or something.
Do you think he got it? I mean, if you're going to guess, do you think he got into something?
Well, when I asked him, he started looking around like, okay, yeah, I'm going to show you what I got into, but he wouldn't, you know what I'm saying, like he wouldn't go directly to it and grab it.
So you think he did get into something?
I mean, I think so. Like, I always ask him, and you got to tell the truth about it. So when I ask him, like, did he get into something, he goes, like, looking around like he's going to grab what he got into, and he don't go grab it. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
what would be your best guess as to what he got into?
I don't know. Like, there's chemicals there. I mean,
what chemicals would be out of accessible in there?
Probably that Mr. Clean,
what is it, Mr. Clean what?
I don't know.
Toilet bowl cleaner, I mean, there's all different kinds of sprays and all kinds of stuff. Is this a concentrate?
I couldn't tell you whatever. It's like 3 bottles of spray.
Is it stuff you're supposed to mix water with, like a concentrate?
I don't know. I just did. I was like, I mix water with it, and I just like, but it smelled good. It's like toilet tub, you know, something like that.
How much of it is in the bowl before you put the water?
Probably like half.
Half of it? Half of the bottle?
No, not half of the bottle. Don't break the bottle, by the way. know, a good amount of it, corner of it. I mean, just pills and
Ortiz describes an environment that is hazardous for young children. He was well aware that there were dangerous substances, but no effort was made to secure them.
I might have one sitting on my dresser as well.
Is that yours?
No, it's not mine.
Okay. Is it prescribed to anybody you know? Or
I'm going to take it out of
who is it prescribed to? Aside from, I mean, obviously I can understand your relationship with that because he's obviously got some problems.
No, but I mean, I don't hold that against him, you know what I'm saying? I try to make the best, like, all they love me. Yeah, I'm the one that, you know what I'm saying? Like, at first, I didn't really like problem with each other. I mean, they're good at that.
What ever came of that?
Nothing. Whatever you think they say, like, so, but,
I mean, I gotta ask you.
Try to-
Is she pissed about it?
no.
Alright. Well, I mean, it's only, I gotta ask, right?
No.
I didn't think so.
But other than that, I try to build a relationship with them, because I don't hold it against them, kill them, so all I do, man, I try to imply, you know, okay, you don't do this, you don't do that, this how you do this, you know. That's it, that's all I do, man.
What, as far as punishments, what's standards to
Stand
team?
in the wall,
Okay. Spankings?
No, I did hit down for the leg, but after that,
Okay. Now, how long ago was that?
like, a couple years ago.
Okay. February 22nd.
Yes.
So you don't.
Yes.
How long have you known her?
I met her, probably like, November 23rd, when I came home.
2016.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to get in my head here about this Mr. Clean. So there's a bucket that was kept weird today
In the hallway.
in the hallway. Is there still water in that bucket?
Yes.
And then, was it kept anywhere else?
Under the sink.
And that's the bucket is
No, just
the concentrator.
where it comes in the bottle. The bottle's under the sink. The bucket is in the hallway.
And this isn't a spray bottle, this is the kind
No,
of
it's just like,
What color bucket is it?
the bucket stuff is
Yeah.
it's white one.
How long is that bucket?
Couple days.
And when he felt sick, he was gonna pop, his ice cream said that he went and got, he looked pale and sick. And he was gonna take you to, when you asked him what you got into, he was gonna take you somewhere. Where do you think he's gonna take you to?
I don't know, because we would walk out, he was looking in the bathroom, and he's like, all right, come on. Like, walked to the kitchen, he looked under the sink, and then he shut it, he's like, all right, come on. What you got into, man, I need to know, you know what I'm saying? Well, I can know what to do.
Yeah.
And then just go back to the back room, go back to what you got into. But he'll never go grab, like, exactly, like, go grab what you got into.
How did that end?
I just left it alone. You know, I just left it
Did
alone.
he keep you still sick after that?
No, I just told him lay down, you know what I'm saying? I always go lay down and whatever.
How long when he laid down? Well, first of all, what time did that happen? Was that during the day? Or was
Yeah,
it
that was like during the day, like probably around like 12,
okay?
like 12.
And, all right. what did he do? Did he lay down? He said he didn't want to play. He didn't do it.
No, yeah, I just did. Just told him to lay down. He went lay down in the bed. I went in my room. I went to sleep too.
How long? What time did?
Around 2:50, 3 o'clock.
Okay, and was
That's it.
at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, were you up at that point?
No, when she came home, I got up. You know what I'm saying? You know, I he was up front or whatever.
Did he seem okay at that time?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but he was still like himself, like he wasn't starting playing, you know, do all that. He was sitting on the couch, kind of like lazy.
Yeah. Did the mom die?
Like, I think I had told her about it.
Then you thought he may have gotten into
So I just told her like that he just looked sick, you know what I'm saying? And then he wasn't acting like himself. So
it was worse 2 days ago when you did this?
I mean, I don't know what's worse. Not everything's bad.
So no, what I'm saying is just every day after a meal and feeding day after, and then when this all happened, with him feeling he was much worse than what he normally was, even when he was throwing up.
He was kind of like pale, like, you know what I'm saying?
So when he was throwing before, he was throwing, and then he would be okay and go on about his day. So after every meal,
No, he'd throw up and like just go sit down. Like he wouldn't play or nothing.
So what was for 2 weeks that all happened?
No, like some days he'll feel good, you know what I'm saying? Some days like he'll play or whatever outside, me and him, when we go walk to the store or whatever, he'll be fine. And then, you know, some days he's not.
So what made this different to be like, hey, what'd you get into?
What you mean?
Well, what I mean is, what made the 2 days ago when you thought you got into something, what made you think, man, what'd you get into versus, because you had been sick, you know, for 2 weeks and not feeling good and sitting down. So what made it so worse to make you think that you got into something?
I mean, I did have some drug there, you know, but it wasn't like, I don't think it was like exposed to the heat.
A drug being?
As in, you know, narcotic. No,
What did you have there?
Okay.
Okay, where was this at?
This was in my drawer.
Alright. How much was there?
Probably like, 20, nothing big.
If Ortiz was actively using, he shouldn't have been left alone with children under any circumstances, something that Hernandez knew but chose to ignore.
Powder, did you go check it? Was there any missing?
No, like I had some in the bag and I had some mirror thing.
Yep. Was there any missing off the mirror?
I wasn't.
Yeah. How much coke was there?
We were like a 20, like 22, something small.
Do you still have coke in your house? No. Poor thing.
Used it.
So aside from the coke being out, you've been sick off and on.
That's what I'm real curious about that thing. I really want to say it.
Well, I appreciate you being honest. Let's be real. We're talking about him. First of all, him. I am some cocaine. Whatever. Is there anything else in the house that? I mean, whether you want to say it or not, I just want to make sure that.
No, there's nothing wrong with drugs, no.
Okay. Well, all right. And you don't think, I mean, based on what you saw, you wouldn't know if you got into it. But again, anyway, did you think that you would like, knock it over or whatever, or you would wipe it off? You wouldn't know what that is. So be careful. So you would think just a little bit, keep messing the whole thing. Right? I mean,
I don't know, them kids,
to keep you busy. So, okay. So it's on a year on top of that.
Yeah, but, you know, like I used to just cover it in my car and I had it on the mirror back then.
Was the mirror and stuff still in there?
No.
Where's the mirror at now?
Just hang, put it away.
Put away where? In the house room?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Is it like a small circular one?
Yeah.
Alright. Would it be like a bathroom or, keep it in the bedroom or?
No, I can't, it's just mirror, so they I had cleaned it and I forgot where I put it. I don't know if I put it back in my room or I put it in that little white sheet in my room or where I put it. I picked it off.
Tell me about this cut. So he went in the shower. Was it actually the shower that was running this morning when you got it up?
Yeah,
When you got him off it, he was doing good. You wanted to wake him up, so you took him and you put him in the shower. When you said you went and got some water.
Yeah.
What kind of cup was that you went and grabbed? What big was that?
Probably like this big.
Okay. Where did you go to get that cup from?
I went to the cabin.
You know how many ounces roughly that would be?
No idea.
Okay. Is it plastic wrap?
Plastic.
Was it like see-through or was it like
No. Like you can't see through it. It's solid.
But it was a normal. It wasn't like a solo cup. Not a solo.
No.
But a solid plastic cup. So you go get that. You said you were born. You like got bacon. How much bacon did you get?
Like one strip.
Where was that at?
That was it was in the microwave, but I had set it on the top.
Did it bake that long?
No, it was like they I could grab something, put the heat over up and sit in, something I saw something good and enjoy it. When I would grab water, maybe and grab it or whatever. And I had grabbed some salad, put it on my lap. That's how I had.
Where's the one you want to laugh at?
I like I put my foot on the toilet and I sat right here.
You see your arms, you're sitting on the floor?
No, I'm standing.
You're standing up here, so
I
that
don't want to put up. I got over here and I'm just giving them the water.
why do you get the water? Where were you getting the water from?
From the shower now, so I can't run with it to the front, you know what I'm saying? So I'm getting out the shower.
You say a lot. 10 cups, 20 cups, 30 cups?
I don't know, I'm just giving the water, just constant water. I mean, I'm thinking, maybe he's dehydrated or whatever, so I just keep getting the water and giving it to him.
What's giving him when you're giving him the water?
He's just like, he'll drink it and then, you know what I'm saying, kind of like he'll choke on it, but then he'll be like, all right.
Did you throw any of it up?
Yeah.
While you're sitting there?
No, not while I was sitting there. When I went and laid down, like, I laid him down trying to do CPR or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But that time he do some up, but before then, his stomach was like loaded, so.
Was it loaded before the water or
after putting the water in, you know what I'm saying? So.
During the autopsy, no abnormal amount of water was detected.
Well, he's big. But go up, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like the stomach is hard block. Like, go up. And I try to stick my finger in his mouth, push on his stomach, and that's what he did. So I'm trying to make him go up.
So at what point did he stop talking? He's still talking to you, right? When you're sitting underneath?
Yeah.
But he's not having a conversation.
Yeah, no, he's not having a conversation. He stopped talking to me, and I tried to, I got him on the floor in the room when I called his brother come call the ambulance. Like everything just stopped.
So when he got out of bed, initially, you woke him up. Did you carry him to the shower or did you walk him to the shower?
No, he was up. He was laying in bed when it was time to take a shower. But I had laid him on the bed like I had got him on the shower. But he didn't have no.
But he smelled it?
No, his draw, his arm draw, everything. He had to be on. I don't know.
Do you think it was from this morning or was it
it was from this morning. I know that.
Was it wet though? Before he got in the shower, were his pants, when he got out of bed, were his pants down?
His drawers were younger. Yeah, it was like a misty feet, like when you pee a lot.
Okay.
But the shorts, they weren't wet, but when I took the shorts off, taking a bath, or whatever, the drawers had a little bit, you could tell like they had a little bit of pee on them.
Okay. And when he got up out of bed, did you walk the bed in front of the door or did you carry him?
No, I held his hand.
But he walked?
Yes.
Okay. And did he look ill this morning before he got in the shower?
He did, it was like a lazy walk, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I was like, are you okay? So I was asking, I asked all the people, all right, you know what I'm saying? How what's going on, like that, you know what I'm saying? And he's like, Nelson, I don't feel good. So like, all right. I'm good in the shop or whatever. So,
Didn't say anything hurt. My head was messed up, my back hurts. They say anything specific.
he had these marks on his eye. And he well, he got little bruises on him. Like stuff like that. So
Where did you see this?
probably like I saw like right here, then on his veins, and then like when his body had cleared out or whatever, like the blood was circulating through him. Like I saw bruises where I was pushing at him, trying to hit him and shoot him.
So you saw one right here?
No, I think like his left side.
Left side was like jumper chest with kind of collarbone.
Yes.
And then you said on his legs.
Yeah.
You know how long those have been there?
No.
Have you seen those boards?
Yeah, yesterday or whatever. So the boots or whatever, I was fighting or whatever, taking over he was a kid in the rail or whatever.
Yeah, sure. No, I hear you. I have it's like around hurt.
Yeah, the fighting they do is all the same.
So for him, like physically,
I mean, hurting him good. But, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
how regular does this happen?
Almost every day.
You would say, you know, he did something to me, he touched me. He probably did.
Probably like 3-4 times.
It over what period of time? Maybe last month, 2 months, 3 months?
Well, we just found out about this like two weeks ago. We found out 2 weeks.
So you spoke to 3 separate times over the last 2 weeks. And what was the sleep arrangements for everybody?
Well,
Like, because they were down they were in separate rooms, but opposite in the hallway or something?
no, like just my room. Front.
First. Can you draw it? So I have a photograph, so this helps with the way to see it. I want to make sure we slide understand. You just draw like the hallway and then where that's too great. Doesn't have to be anything fancy.
Like this my room.
So here, right here.
Yeah.
I think
Pieces.
so where's the living room?
The living room is right here.
Like in the middle?
Right before the
Like right here?
yeah.
And you said, so,
No. Yeah, bro. I make plans, like, go to school.
Yep.
I usually make go in the room. Yeah. So I make, that means, cool. No, bro, at night. And they're up, I might be sleeping, I might get up one night, whatever, so I might be sleeping. I might just up front of the room.
so where it's always just, we're always being wrong. It's all happening.
I mean, if I'm asleep, I'm thinking in the living room, and I'm back there, like, so I would be hearing.
Where do you expect to see your time in the room?
Yeah.
Do you ever get crying when we come to the place on the bed?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no cry. Well, sometimes, in fact, when we hear them cry, it's like, I might go out there and check on them. Then I just gonna stop. Yeah.
Okay.
Or he'll be like, hitting me, like, oh. As soon as we love, it's always like that. It's always like that.
what do you think is your best guess as to what happens and what they give? You know, I'm just coming in and part of the reason that you're kind of blind to try to figure this out. When you know that man a lot better than you, what would you think?
I don't know. Seriously, I don't know. I don't know. This is kind of just like out of nowhere. And I'm like trying to help him, but I'm like, damn, what the? Like,
No, I hear you. I mean, if we aren't asking you to tell us something you don't know, we're right now just trying to, put together an argument exactly what's going on at the speed. So if you had a guess or an idea of what could have happened, let us know. We're just here to figure this out.
right now, it's going on. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, if you think he got into something, an illness, it's, he fell down and hit his head.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I know he woke up this morning and was talking to me.
Have you heard any fighting from that bedroom? I know you were just walking around the couch.
No.
Have you heard any fighting from?
No, not.
Really want to check this morning. Give us just a couple minutes. We have to talk over here. Okay. You need anything in the meantime? You need water? Okay, good. We're going to go check. Somebody's been
All of the other children blamed Ortiz for Mija's injuries. Ellis Nelson Ortiz was sentenced to life in prison without the chance for parole for the murder of Giovanni Mija and 80 to 150 years in prison for first-degree child abuse. Thanks again for watching. Don't forget to like the video. And if you want to support the channel even more, there's a Patreon link in the description below. Stay safe, and I'll see you in the next video.
A little girl dies suddenly in a small Texas community. Her family fears she was murdered. They search for answers, but find only more suspicion. With no direct evidence and no witnesses coming forward, the family teams up with a detective and a prosecutor to unbury the truth behind the terrible loss of a child. In this episode, some names have been changed. The mysterious death of a 2-year-old girl devastates her family and baffles investigators, who begin to suspect murder. Fighting to uncover the truth is prosecutor Jerry Yenny.
It was incomprehensible to me. This was planned, executed murder, premeditated of a little human being. As a prosecutor, I need to make sure that that individual is brought to justice and that they stand before a jury and face what they've done.
Alvin, Texas is a quiet oil and farming community of 20,000, located south of Houston near the Gulf of Mexico. At 9:20 a.m. on January 23, 1994, a call came into the Alvin Police Department's 911 center. The caller reported that a baby had stopped breathing.
Houston Avenue Med, see medical approved.
The dispatcher sent an emergency medical squad immediately. The rescue team knew that when responding to a child in trouble, time is especially important. A minute can mean the difference between life and death. They entered the house at 9:25 a.m.
What's wrong, sir? Sir, what's wrong?
The child's father, Shane Good, was reluctant to let her out of his arms.
Let me see the baby. Let me have the baby.
Also responding to the emergency call was Senior Patrol Officer Terry Earl.
Walked in the house and immediately observed a
man holding onto a child. I could see the top of the child's head and 1 foot protruding from the blanket that had a gray sock on it. The child did not appear to be moving, making any noises.
Shane laid his little girl down so the EMTs could check her vital signs.
When the child was laid down, I could see that rigor mortis had already set in to the lower extremities of her body.
2-year-old Renee Good was dead. Renee's half-sister Michelle, who had spent the night with her cousins on a sleepover, called her mother, Annette Campisi.
I received a phone call in the morning from Michelle telling me that Renee was not breathing and the paramedics were working on her. She said the paramedics said that she's gone. I said, Michelle, I'm on my way. I'm coming right now. And hung up the phone and drove.
20 minutes later, Annette arrived. The investigating officer learned the baby's parents were divorced. Renee was on a custody visit with her father, Shane. The patrolman tried to calm the frantic mother and escorted her outside. As with all child deaths, a detective on call arrived at the scene. The police officer told him the baby had died, but that EMS personnel could not readily determine the cause of death. The detective learned the residence belonged to Renee's grandfather. The girl was motionless when he awoke.
Yes.
The detective hoped the child's father, Shane Good, could give him some idea as to what had caused Renee's death. Their grandfather took the girls out of the room. The detective asked Good what happened that morning.
Came down here, she said something's wrong.
Good said that around 9 o'clock, his daughter Kelly woke him up.
Renee, she won't wake up. Quick. Renee isn't breathing.
The baby was cold to the touch.
Now, call 911. She's not breathing.
The detective asked when Good last saw Renee alive. The father said he picked Renee and Michelle up the night before at Annette's. He brought them to his father's house, where he also lived, for a sleepover.
And now, live from Burbank.
Renee and her sister Michelle were excited about sleeping over with Kelly, Shane's daughter by a previous marriage, and her cousin Sarah.
Hey, give me that stuff!
Good said the girls had a fun night together. Around midnight, he told them it was time to go to sleep.
Put your sister in bed and turn off the TV.
He stayed with the girls while they settled down, then went to bed at around 12:30. Good said Renee seemed fine when she went to sleep. He didn't hear anything unusual all night and had no idea what could have happened. Renee Good's body was sent to the medical examiner's office. State law requires an autopsy whenever a child under 6 years old dies. It was difficult for the grieving family, but they hoped an examination would reveal the cause of death. Results of toxicology tests could take several weeks.
Lord is going to
2 days after her death, Renee Good was buried. The family asked Shane not to come to the burial because tensions between him and Annette were so strong. They were desperate to know how Renee had died and why. Not long after the burial, police received a preliminary medical report. It suggested Renee might have died of pneumonia. They gave the news to their family contact, Renee's grandmother, Sharon Couch.
I knew that she didn't die of pneumonia. And I said, how can it be pneumonia when she wasn't ill?
Something had caused Renee's death, and the family was determined to know what it was.
If the medical examiner's office didn't know, and if the police department didn't know, someone, somewhere, would have the answer, and I was going to find the answer.
Couch followed up with the Alvin police. She and the family believed foul play might be involved in Renee's death. She told the case detective that Shane and Annette were married in November 1987. It was a second marriage for both, and trouble from early on. Within a year, the couple separated. When he learned Annette was pregnant after the separation, Shane denied the baby was his.
He wasn't going to have anything to do with the pregnancy or the child. Annette's response was that she was going to have the baby.
I think that's an interesting thing.
This one piece will make 52 layers.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen. All for free. No subscription required.
When Renee was born, Shane demanded a paternity test. It confirmed he was the father. Renee's death devastated her family.
When I try to describe Renee to people, I just don't think there's really any words that are just adequate to describe her, because I just can't convey what type of child she was, because she was so animated. She never walked. She would skip, she would jump, she would hop, she would dance.
The family believed Shane Good had something to do with Renee's death. They insisted that the police keep investigating. The detective went to the district attorney's office. He explained the case and the family's suspicions to Assistant District Attorney Jerry Yenny.
The mother was convinced that the father had killed the child, and the father was acting in a way that just didn't seem quite right.
The prosecutor asked if there was any life insurance on Renee. Investigators had not found any.
I don't know why I asked that, because normally when somebody kills a child, it's usually in a fit of rage, anger, and they didn't really mean to do that. We've never had a case where somebody would want to monetarily profit from a child's death. But I was looking for any conceivable explanation for a parent to want to kill a child.
I will check on the...
The prosecutor suggested Shane Good be brought in for a polygraph test. When police called him, Good agreed to come in and take the test. Detectives were eager to see the results, but Good missed the appointment. Eventually, Good called to cancel, explaining that he was having car trouble. The detective rescheduled twice more. Each time, Good failed to show. 3 months after the mysterious death of her granddaughter, Sharon Couch received the final autopsy results, hoping they would answer the family's questions.
When we finally got a copy of the autopsy report, the medical examiner and the law enforcement agency were telling us, well, it was undetermined.
Renee's mother also read the report.
I
was so angry and upset that I thought, I cannot believe they actually put undetermined on here.
Couch refused to accept the medical examiner's conclusion.
I just wanted the answer of why she died. All I was interested in, I contacted every doctor that wrote a report in any of the medical journals regarding some of the things that we found on the autopsy report.
The family also kept in contact with the police, asking them for updates. But the investigation grew cold. Then, several weeks later, the family received a phone call that started the case moving forward. They spoke with Stacey Andrews, who had lived with Shane Good after he and Annette divorced.
Way before he did all these tests. She felt that Shane had done something to Renee. And it was real important for her to get in touch with Annette, because I guess she wanted to talk about their experiences with Shane. And at that time, I don't think she was aware that we were thinking the same thing.
Andrews explained her suspicions. She said Shane had a good relationship with Kelly, his older daughter by a previous marriage, but avoided the subject of Renee. He always referred to her as Annette's child. According to Andrews, he never even wanted Annette to have the baby. When she asked Shane if he checked on the results of the paternity test, he became upset, getting angry at any mention of Renee.
Don't start with me.
She said he did not like having to pay child support, and said he would demand visitation rights just to make Annette mad. Then, she said an insurance agent left a message on their answering machine.
I don't know.
Shane had taken out a secret life insurance policy on the little girl. Andrews considered this unusual, since Shane often complained about money problems. She called the agent to try to get more information.
Hi, I'd like to speak with somebody about some life insurance.
She pretended that she wanted life insurance on her kids, and just took a chance and said, I want the same kind of policy that Shane has on his children. What kind was that?
The agent checked his records.
And Renee.
She did find out that Shane had taken out a life insurance policy on Renee, and it was for $50,000. Now, a child that he didn't even come for his visitation, we kind of thought that was, pretty suspicious.
But it was perfectly legal. The family still felt they could do nothing. They were unaware that they had a new advocate in the Alvin Police Department. Detective Sue Dietrich had developed a personal interest in the investigation. She asked permission to work on the cold case.
It caught my attention because it was a child and that there were some suspicious circumstances. And I too had a child that died when he was 17 months old, and I had to agree to an autopsy, which was not something I wanted to do, but I did because I wanted to know why my child died.
An autopsy revealed Dietrich's own child had died of a rare viral infection. She understood that Renee's family needed an answer too. The family hoped that with Dietrich's help, they would finally discover the truth. The little girl had been buried, but to those who loved her, she had not been put to rest. In January 1994, 2-year-old Renee Good died mysteriously while on a custody visit with her father, Shane. The results of her autopsy were inconclusive. No cause of death was determined. The investigation stalled. Months later, Alvin, Texas police detective Sue Dietrich reopened the cold case. She met with Renee's grandmother, Sharon Couch, who told her the investigation into Renee's death had been disappointing.
And I don't really think that they thought that anything else was going to be done. But I just wanted to start from square one with them, and we did. And Sharon had done such a wonderful job of documenting everything.
Couch briefed the detective about Renee's good health and the undetermined cause of death.
Okay, so...
She also told her about a $50,000 insurance policy that Shane Good took out on his daughter months before her death.
You know, in a homicide investigation, most detectives know that you look at who has the most to gain by that person's death. And
$50,000 could be a motive, but by itself, it did not prove homicide. Sharon Couch put Dietrich in touch with Dr. William Anderson, a pediatric forensic pathologist in Florida.
He wanted a copy of the autopsy report, and he reviewed that, called and said that he wanted tissue samples, slides of Renee, and that he would review that, and then he would call me back and let me know whether he thought that he could help.
The Harris County Medical Examiner's Office shipped the autopsy slide to Dr. Anderson in Florida. The slides contain samples of tissue from Renee's heart, lungs, and other vital organs. Dr. Anderson saw no signs of pneumonia or any other disease in the samples. At the time of her death, Renee was a healthy child. Because she was healthy, the doctor was concerned with two abnormalities. The original autopsy showed an enlargement of the small veins of the lung tissue and some swelling in the brain.
That would indicate that the child didn't just suddenly die in an instant, like, for instance, a cardiac arrhythmia, something going wrong with the heart beating, that something actually occurred that took a little bit of time for this child to die.
He suspected Renee did not die of natural causes. Dr. Anderson called prosecutor Jerry Yenny to say he needed more information to determine the cause of Renee's death. He suggested they exhume the body so he could perform a second autopsy. Because Renee had been buried for 8 months, he advised the prosecutor to move quickly.
Dr. Anderson indicated to me that time was of the essence because there is decomposition in a dead body and that you lose the quality of tissues when you want to examine them.
Yenny acted immediately, but was careful to protect the evidence.
I was able to obtain a court order authorizing the removal of Renee Good's body from a cemetery. And we picked a particular weekend so that law enforcement was capable of being arranged so that security measures might be taken.
Yenny asked Detective Dietrich to arrange continuous custody for the body,
so that no one would be able to say that the body had been altered or tampered with in any way.
The body had to be treated as evidence from a potential crime scene. Any mishandling of it could make the results of a second autopsy inadmissible in court.
Everything was videotaped, and they put the casket in the ambulance. The ambulance was escorted back to Alvin by police escort. The body was taken to the hospital and stayed in a room that was guarded by police officers who they stood guard by the door all night long. And then the next day, Dr. Anderson performed the autopsy.
The detective observed the 5-hour examination. It was a difficult task for Dietrich.
I think the thing that I remember the most about it was that she had pink ribbons in her hair. And she was very close in size to my child that had passed away. So, yeah, it was extremely difficult. But I knew that that she was going to be able to tell us what happened to her.
The examination began with the doctor studying the outside of the body for bruises or abrasions. He found nothing remarkable. During an internal examination of the body, Dr. Anderson noted several things had not been done at the initial autopsy.
Number one, the spinal cord had not been removed and the back had not been looked at. The diaphragms, which separate the abdominal cavity from the thoracic cavity, the muscles themselves had not been removed. So basically, I conducted that portion of the autopsy.
Examining the soft tissue and muscle of the back and the area underneath the diaphragm, the doctor found signs of internal bleeding.
This was not just settling of blood. This clearly was blood in these soft tissues. And when that happens, we know there has to be circulation, because something has to push the blood into the soft tissues. This indeed was hemorrhage, and it was had occurred while the child was alive.
The location of the bleeding, near the belly, indicated force had been applied to that area.
The type of force could be inflicted, for instance, using two arms together in a scissor-like manner. Something that would interfere with that child's ability to breathe. That would fit with the findings of the congestion that we saw in the organs. So putting that together, I felt that this was consistent, very consistent, of a compressional asphyxia.
The doctor believed someone compressed Renee's abdomen until she suffocated. It was murder. Renee Good's body gave them the answers they needed. Now her family and the police were determined to find the person responsible. In Alvin, Texas, 2-year-old Renee Good died while visiting her father. Her family suspected foul play. 10 months later, her body was exhumed. A second autopsy revealed she had not died of natural causes. Detective Sue Dietrich called Renee's mother, Annette Campisi, to say the family had been right.
When Sue told us that she had been murdered, I thought, finally, this is it. It finally has happened. And it took us almost a year. It was about 10 months. I thought, I can't believe this day is finally here.
The new information gave prosecutor Jerry Yenny and her team something tangible to work with.
The information from the second autopsy affected the investigation in probably a critical fashion because we had a homicide determination.
She was looking at a murder case. Shane Good was her prime suspect. The prosecutor assembled her team to decide how best to handle the investigation from this point. Before arresting Good for the murder, they had to determine how to win a case based entirely on circumstantial evidence.
We knew that there was a life insurance policy on Renee in the amount of $50,000, but during our investigation, Shane Good had not made an official claim for the proceeds of that life insurance policy, which I thought was unusual. I wanted Shane Good put at ease that this investigation was going to be closed, that it was over. So I wanted Sue Dietrich to go and tell him that she was closing the investigation and could she please have an interview with him just to make sure she had covered all bases. And one of the things I had asked Sue to address with Shane Good was, who was the last person to see Renee Good alive? Because I realized as a prosecutor that the last person to see her alive was basically the person that killed her.
Dietrich said she had a few questions to tie up loose ends on the case.
We spoke briefly, and then I told him that I needed to get a statement from him. He said that his handwriting was not very good, and he asked me if I would write a statement for him. He would dictate it to me, and then he would read it, and then he would sign it if he agreed with everything in the statement, which is what occurred.
The prosecutor hoped Good would tell the detective something that could later be used against him in court.
I wanted her to lock him in, that he was the last person to see his daughter alive, and he very willingly did that. I also wanted Sue to cover with Shane Good that Renee was a healthy child, that when she came to him that evening, that she was healthy, and that there was no reason for her death.
When he was finished with his statement, Good read and signed the document, agreeing to its content. He still hadn't mentioned the life insurance, but as the detective was about to leave, Good asked a provocative question.
He asked me if the medical examiner's office was still conducting tests, and I told him no. He asked me when I thought he might be hearing from the insurance company, and I told him that I felt like he'd be hearing from someone pretty quickly.
Dietrich gave Shane's signed statement to Jerry Yenny. That, along with the insurance motive and Dr. Anderson's autopsy report, convinced the prosecutor she was ready to go to the grand jury.
From Florida?
Yeah.
On December 7, 1994, Yenny presented the case to a Brazoria County grand jury. Shane Good's parents were called to testify. The grand jury proceeding got everyone's story on the record. Usually, a grand jury does not rule immediately, but this time, they issued an indictment that morning.
They went to the courtroom with the indictment.
With the warrant, the detective went to arrest Shane Good. There was no answer at his home. Dietrich was worried he might have fled. But then the suspect and his father pulled up. Dietrich placed Good under arrest.
There was no reaction whatsoever. He didn't say, "What do you mean? I didn't kill anybody." Nothing. He just turned around and put his hands behind his back. So we cuffed him and took him to the Alvin jail.
Because prosecutors believed he killed his daughter for financial gain, they charged Good with capital murder.
All right, I'll bring the pretrial motion.
Houston attorney Skip Cornelius was hired to defend Good against a particularly difficult charge.
The allegation is that there was an injury, in this case a murder, to a child. Human beings are so protective of children that that allegation all by itself, unsupported by any evidence, just the naked allegation, is almost impossible to overcome. It evokes such rage and resentment and bias and prejudice in the heart of human beings. Just the thought that somebody could kill a child. Getting beyond that initial prejudice is the biggest hurdle that I faced in this case.
The prosecution faced their own challenges. Their case was entirely circumstantial. The state had no eyewitnesses and no murder weapon. They decided not to seek the death penalty.
I believed that if I sought the death penalty, that I would actually put the jury in the position of acquitting him. I would make the stakes so high that it would backfire.
As the trial approached, the prosecutors hoped they would be able to secure a conviction against a man they believed killed his own daughter. In Alvin, Texas, Shane Good was on trial for the murder of his 2-year-old daughter, Renee. The trial began on August 7, 1995. The Brazoria County prosecutor told the jury about the Goods' failed marriage, Shane's alleged lack of interest in Renee, and the $50,000 life insurance policy. She said that the state would prove Shane Good was the last person to see his daughter alive, and that he was a murderer. Defense attorney Skip Cornelius explained that there was no evidence to prove Good had done anything wrong. He reminded the jury the defendant was presumed innocent.
We are presumed innocent. The facts in this case were extremely weak. It's very difficult to prove you did not do something. My job was to highlight the non-existence of their evidence.
I do.
Prosecutor Jerry Yenny chose to begin her case by calling Senior Patrol Officer Terry Earl.
I was able to give the jury some sense of what the scene was like initially by someone who came right upon it and by an officer who had no downside. Every single defense question, we could look at him and say, I'm simply here to tell you what I saw that day.
That's why the victim's grandfather. He told me that the child...
Officer Earl told the court that when he arrived, the emergency team was on the scene, but had been unable to get the father to release Renee to them.
And my observation was when I first got there, his weeping noises or attempt to cry weren't genuine.
The officer testified that it seemed to him that the defendant was pretending to be distraught. Good's lawyer contended the officer was not qualified to make that judgment.
On the defense of Terry Earl's testimony, that he concluded that the defendant's actions weren't genuine. That's his opinion. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist. Neither is Terry Earl.
The state called Renee's mother, Annette Campisi, to the stand. She testified that Shane was behind in child support and did not show interest in his daughter. The prosecutor introduced into evidence a video taken at Christmas 1993, 1 month before Renee's death. The defense had tried to have the tape disallowed, arguing it was prejudicial, but the judge allowed 4 minutes of it to be played. On the tape, the jury saw a happy, healthy child performing for the camera. It was a difficult moment for everyone. Hoping to establish that Shane Good hid important information from his ex-wife, the prosecutor played a taped telephone conversation between Annette and Shane that Annette made after Renee's death.
Your Honor, I would like to enter this for the record and play it for the jury.
This item too.
When Annette asked about insurance, Good denied having any significant coverage on Renee.
Did you have any kind of life insurance or anything?
Well, like, from thing at work, I think it's 2,000 or something like that.
The prosecutor asked Annette why she made the recording.
Because I felt that there was something wrong with the circumstances of Renee's death.
It was difficult for the defense attorney to cross-examine the little girl's mother. But he needed to point out that suspicion between divorced parents does not prove guilt.
She made her position clear to the jury that she thought Shane was guilty, but she had no evidence to back it up.
To give the jury a complete picture of the night in question, the state called others who were in the house that night, including Shane's niece, Sarah. After reviewing her pretrial statement, the prosecutor asked the girl what she thought happened to her cousin.
She looked at the jury and said, I'm afraid that he might have actually killed her, meaning the defendant.
The defense attorney did not hear the comment and asked for it to be repeated.
And she said, I think he might have actually killed her. And that made the jury almost stand up in their chairs.
Good's lawyer established the girl did not see her uncle do anything unusual the night of Renee's death. He asserted the prosecution was merely pointing to people's feelings and impressions. To bring in more facts, the state next called forensic pathologist, Dr. William Anderson. The details of his findings were the cornerstone of the state's case.
Dr. Anderson's testimony was very critical, telling the jury that with the additional procedure done on the second autopsy, that the cause of death for Renee Good was compressive asphyxiation, that it was not accidental, and that someone intentionally killed this child.
Using a life-size doll, the prosecutor asked the doctor to show the jury how he believed Renee was killed.
Spinal touch directly would cause bruising, damage to the spleen, and freedom.
Every eye in the courtroom was focused on Dr. Anderson.
One of the possible mechanisms we looked at was scissor-type grip, and then a squeezing and a compressing and holding that for a period of time, several minutes, which would then account for the compression asphyxia, and would also then explain some of the findings I've indicated and taken some time to actually transpire.
The doctor testified he had no doubt Renee's death was a homicide.
Any further questions? Thank you.
To refute the expert witness's credibility, the defense pointed out that the state paid for the doctor's services.
Yes. I really did not think that a jury in Missouri County would be very persuaded by that kind of testimony.
They hoped the jury would put more faith in the original autopsy report, which left Renee's cause of death undetermined. After the doctor, the state called a final witness.
I'm going to hand you what
Detective Sue Dietrich took the stand. The prosecutor asked the detective to review her investigation.
She also testified to her taking a statement, and we introduced Shane Good's statement through her.
The detective told the court the defendant would not write out his own statement. He asked her to do it. After going over the statement for the jury, the prosecutor passed the witness.
Their theory was that everybody had to have been asleep, because part of our defense was, how could this have happened without people knowing it? Renee was asleep less than a foot from her sister Michelle. How could somebody have killed her during the night without these girls waking up?
Good's lawyer argued the dictated statement had been altered.
On the statement that was introduced into evidence is the phrase, everyone else was asleep.
The attorney pointed out the letters were squeezed in over the signature.
Possible that it happened anyway?
In his original police statement, Good said Renee's sister Michelle was awake when he went to bed.
The statement that was introduced into evidence out here on the margin has, I think Michelle was still not awake, and I got up and went to bed. The word not has been added in there. I mean, nobody even, that's not even intelligible to say Michelle was still not awake. It doesn't make sense.
By suggesting the statement had been altered, Good's lawyer had delivered a serious blow to the state's case. After the detective's testimony, the state rested and the jury left for a recess. Calling for a bench conference, the defense made a motion to dismiss the charges. Now was their best chance of gaining an acquittal. They hoped to convince the judge there was insufficient evidence to continue, to take the decision-making away from the jury in such an emotional case.
You never know what a jury's going to do. And the tendency where a child is the victim is somebody's got to pay.
If the judge agreed that not enough evidence had been presented by the state, he could dismiss the case, and Shane Good would walk out of the courtroom a free man. When the prosecution rested in the murder trial of Shane Good, the defense made a motion to dismiss the case due to insufficient evidence.
I think we have met
The judge considered the argument, but denied the motion.
Let's bring the jury back in.
The jury would decide if the defendant would go free. Defense attorney Skip Cornelius was undaunted.
But I still thought we were going to win. I just had this enormous hurdle to get over because it was a child victim.
Good's lawyer began by calling his own expert, the former chief medical examiner of Dallas. He reviewed the original autopsy report and analyzed the victim's tissue samples.
He agreed that a cause of death could not be determined. And he had done thousands of autopsies and said that there are some situations where you cannot tell the cause of death.
The prosecutor wanted to convince the jury that the medical examiner had not thoroughly looked into the death.
Police investigation.
She pointed out he hadn't studied birth records, pediatrician reports, and other items that might factor in Renee's health.
I've only examined...
She hoped the jury would disregard his testimony as uninformed. The defense then called their most important witness, Renee's father, Shane Good.
I needed to have him on the witness stand, have the jury meet him and get his explanation for these things. And frankly, I thought he made a very good witness.
When asked about Renee's life insurance, Good explained he had purchased it to use as her savings. She could cash it in when she turned 18. He never told Annette about it because he did not trust her after the divorce.
Annette was always the hospital. She had the hospital feelings towards her.
He said he hadn't seen Renee for the first year because he was awaiting the paternity test, then the finalization of court-ordered visitation rights.
Basically trying to keep me away from her and the child.
Referring to his dictated statement, Good denied saying that everyone was asleep when he went to bed. Good had countered each of the state's circumstantial claims.
The marriage, how did it go? What was the problem?
But prosecutor Jerry Yenny noted the father's lack of emotion while he testified.
Get along.
She hoped the jury did, too.
He could not muster any emotion. I believe that everybody on that jury, they expected, I think, to see somebody who was upset that their daughter was dead. They didn't see that.
In her cross, the prosecutor returned to the morning of January 23rd, 1994. Good admitted he never asked the girls what happened to Renee, or made any effort to resuscitate her. The state asserted this was because he already knew she was dead. The prosecutor also reviewed the statement Good gave Detective Sue Dietrich. In it, he claimed he was the last person to see Renee alive.
Now, how does he know that? How does anybody know that you're the last person to see somebody alive, really, under those circumstances? He also, I also said, so if it's a homicide, I looked at the defendant and asked him, if this is a homicide, you're the only one who could have done it, right? And he answered, yeah, if it's a homicide, sure am. I would have never expected that response.
After 6 days of testimony, the case went to the jury. They deliberated 3 hours before reaching a decision.
jury find the defendant, Michael Shane Good, guilty of capital murder as charged.
Good was sentenced to life in prison.
Shane Good never had 1 ounce of love for that child. She wasn't even a human being to him, and that bothers her. That bothers her. She was a liability. She was a financial liability.
Take a prisoner.
Skip Cornelius believed his client had strong grounds for an appeal.
Frankly, I never thought, and don't think to this day, that they were sufficient legally to support a conviction. I still, at that point, had very high hopes for the appeal on the issue of insufficient evidence.
But 4.5 years after Renee's death, Good confessed in a letter to Annette. By his own hand, Renee's father had negated all hope of a successful appeal.
I was initially surprised at Shane Good's letter from the penitentiary because, in my mind, it was at a time when he was still pending appeal. So even if his case was reversed on appeal, we could use the letter.
For Renee's mother, Annette Campisi, the letter only confirmed what she already knew.
Just thought, finally, everybody has seen him for what he is. Everybody knows the truth now. Renee has her justice.
A young mother disappears in Arlington, Texas. Few clues are left behind. When investigators discover a connection between the missing woman and 2 unexplained deaths, they suspect a serial killer is at work. Police detectives and a tireless district attorney team up to find and prosecute a career criminal. In this episode, some names have been changed. A disturbing link between several suspicious deaths alarms Coryell County District Attorney Sandy Bateman. She will have to use the slightest evidence to ensure no other victims fall prey to a serial killer.
When you have someone that killed a long time ago, you think he's killed again and maybe a third time. The pressure comes on to do something about it, to look at that case, to try to build the evidence. Because you know, if you don't get him off the street now, he's going to do it.
Located between the urban centers of Dallas and Fort Worth, Arlington, Texas is a diverse suburb community with a strong economy and a low crime rate. On the night of October 11, 1994, outside a fast food restaurant, 26-year-old Emelita Reeves pulled up with her girlfriend, Mona Lisa Domingo. Emelita was dropping Mona Lisa off at work before going out for the evening. Emelita left an impoverished life in the Philippines to come to the United States as a mail-order bride. She was the mother of a 3-year-old boy, but was unhappy with the arranged marriage.
I'll take you. What about picking you up after work? I don't know. I told Tony I'd meet him around 11:30. Oh, at 11:30, yeah. But call me anyway.
It was around 8 o'clock when she dropped Mona Lisa off before going to meet her friend, Tony. She drove away, alone. By the next morning, Mona Lisa was worried. She had paged Emelita and called her cell phone several times the night before. There was no reply. Mona Lisa and another friend checked Emelita's house, but she wasn't there.
I'm telling you, something's wrong.
The women knew it wasn't like Emelita not to answer calls.
And that's
They believed something happened to her.
talk every day. I've tried this so many times that I know I've never had.
They checked other friends' houses, but found no sign of the young mother. After not hearing from her friend for 24 hours, Mona Lisa filed a missing persons report with the Arlington Police Department. She explained what had happened, that Emelita had dropped her off on Tuesday, then seemed to disappear. None of their friends had heard from her, and her truck was gone. Arlington Police Detective Buddy Evans learned the friends had an agreement to be in constant contact with each other for safety.
She just vanished. It was one of those deals where her friends were concerned about her welfare, and Melita had told them in the past if she ever came up missing, didn't answer her cell phone, they couldn't find her, couldn't locate her, that they should call the police.
That evening, Arlington police officers were dispatched to Emelita's home. There was no answer at the door, and the house looked empty. As they checked the area for Emelita's truck, the front door opened. The man identified himself as Jack Reeves. He was the husband of the young mail-order bride. The officers asked about Emelita, explaining that her friends had filed the missing persons report. Reeves said he saw her the night before. She went out to a club to meet someone. When asked why he hadn't reported her missing, he said it was common for him not to see her for days at a time. But she would always check in on her son, and she always returned.
And I really need to get him back inside.
Without a warrant, the officers could not do anything more.
Okay.
You have a good night.
They left to file their report. The next day, Emelita's friends located her truck and alerted police. Officers responded to a parking lot behind a store, 2 miles from Emelita's home, where the truck was parked. It was a store Emelita frequented, according to her friends. Several things about the vehicle were suspicious. Friends told police Emelita always locked the doors, left the steering wheel in the up position, and carried a child seat inside. But police noted the driver's door was unlocked, and the alarm was not set. The steering wheel was down, and the child seat was missing. The driver's seat position also indicated someone other than Emelita left the truck there.
The seat was way far back. Emelita was very small in stature. You know, if it would have been a deal where she had driven the vehicle to the location, got out and was abducted, the seat should have been pulled up closer where she could use it to actually drive the vehicle.
Police hoped someone in the area spotted whoever parked the truck. They talked to employees at the store where the truck was parked. They noticed the vehicle that morning, but no one saw anything unusual.
Since then,
I haven't seen anybody at all.
And no one saw Emelita. Investigators searched the surrounding area for any sign of the missing woman, or anything that might indicate who had left the truck there. Despite their efforts, they found nothing relating to the case. That afternoon, Arlington police officers returned to Emelita's house to speak with the missing woman's husband. But Jack Reeves was not home. A neighbor reported seeing Reeves drive away with his son earlier that morning. She said he was hauling a trailer, and it looked like he was going camping. Troubled by the discovery of Emelita's truck, Detective Evans met with homicide detective Tom Lenore, a 14-year veteran of the Arlington Police Department.
Anytime there is a missing persons report where there is some evidence of foul play, it's the procedure at the Arlington Police Department to immediately notify the homicide.
Learning about Emelita, Lenore agreed that foul play was probably involved in her disappearance.
The best way to describe Emelita is that she was a creature of habit. She became a creature of habit where if anyone called, she would immediately call back, either by the telephone or the cellular phone. Through this habit, Emelita was virtually at anyone's beck and call at any time. She wouldn't answer the pager, and she wouldn't answer a cellular phone, and that was completely uncharacteristic.
The young woman could have left on her own, but she might have been kidnapped or killed. Arlington police entered Emelita's disappearance into the National Crime Information Center computer. The posting carried Emelita's photo, description, and facts of the case. If Emelita, or her body, showed up anywhere in the country, Arlington police would be notified. Emelita's friends also did what they could to find her. They organized to offer a reward for information on her whereabouts.
As a matter of fact, they were so concerned about her. I mean, they were even making flyers and putting them up around the area, you know, have you seen this person, so on and so forth. And so they were very helpful and very concerned about her welfare.
From interviews with friends, detectives Lenore and Evans learned Emelita was romantically involved with Mona Lisa, the last person known to have seen the missing woman. They needed to interview her.
You know, when someone is missing and you believe you have a homicide, we want to see what kind of motive. What is our motive? If there were any motive whatsoever, it has something to do with an emotional or romantic relationship with Emelita. That is the nucleus of our motive. We saw no other motive for Emelita to be missing or to have been murdered.
The detectives met with Mona Lisa Domingo. She said Emelita had come from a very poor family in the Philippines, hoping to raise her children in America. She had applied for a green card, but did not receive it yet. When pressed for details about their relationship, Mona Lisa admitted she was in love with Emelita. But she swore she hadn't seen her since being dropped off for work. Although she did not approve of Emelita's marriage, she said she would never harm her girlfriend.
Where Mona Lisa became the most important witness at this point in time was she was the last person to have seen Emelita alive when Emelita took her to work at the restaurant where Mona Lisa was employed. She was also the individual who tried to call Emelita that evening and didn't get a response from her and started the campaign in trying to find her. She was very honest. She was very upfront.
Her alibi checked out. Police felt it was unlikely Mona Lisa was involved in her friend's disappearance. She told them about Tony Rivera, the man Emelita was supposed to meet the night she vanished.
Tony was a potential suspect in this investigation, simply because of the relationship between him and Emelita.
Investigators talked to Tony's boss, who let them use his office to interview the young man. Tony told them he and Emelita often spent time together.
There was a platonic relationship that we knew of for sure, and we knew that Emelita definitely had a romantic crush on Tony. What makes Tony different than all of her other friends is he's a male, number one, and number two, because there is a potential romantic involvement in the two of them. And it's also a romantic involvement, if it occurred, that would be one that would obviously have conflicts, simply because Emelita is married. It has the ingredients for what we've seen in the past that certainly could have turned into a murder or a homicide, no doubt about it.
The detectives asked Tony about the night in question. He said that night he and Emelita were supposed to meet at a club. Eventually, he called her cell phone and got no answer. paged her repeatedly, but she never responded. After several hours, he gave up and went home. Detectives asked Tony to complete a timeline of his actions.
Right away. The next day, I came to work around 9 a.m. I couldn't get in touch with her. I couldn't reach her. So I think that's about it.
Tony was fully cooperative, answering the officer's questions and agreeing to take a polygraph examination. But the investigators noted gaps in his timeline. They needed to confirm his alibi. They interviewed Tony's coworkers, family members, and the friends he shared with Emelita, asking questions about the suspect's actions on the days surrounding Emelita's disappearance.
At least 5 years, maybe.
With each interview, more of Tony's story was corroborated. They sent officers to the club Tony mentioned. People there said they hadn't seen Emelita in several days, but they confirmed Tony was there, alone, on the night in question.
You know, you have to maintain the integrity, you have to take all the possibilities, address them, and either confirm or exclude. And in this particular case, Tony was excluded. He was not excluded on his merit, he was not excluded on his word, he was excluded on fact.
Each of Emelita's friends had been cleared.
We wanted to make sure we covered all bases to eliminate anyone or anything that may have possibly been related to her disappearance.
The one potential suspect not cleared by police was the young woman's husband. They had to track down Jack Reeves and hope he could finally give them some answers. In Arlington, Texas, Emelita Reeves disappeared without a trace. 2 days later, police located her vehicle. There was evidence it had been driven by someone else. Detectives questioned several suspects, but eliminated them. They learned her husband, Jack, had left town. Looking for more information about Jack Reeves, investigators questioned even more of Emelita's friends. The friends confirmed that the marriage was troubled, according to Detective Buddy Evans.
We learned that Emelita was extremely unhappy in the relationship. In fact, we wanted to get out of the relationship.
One friend said that on the day Emelita disappeared, she came to lunch with her son. Emelita told her friend she wanted to leave Jack because he was abusive. But she had not received her green card yet and was afraid of being deported if she got a divorce. Then she might lose her son. The young mother feared her husband was going to kill her and bury her in the woods, according to Detective Tom Lenore.
Emelita told several stories about her relationship with Jack that alarmed her friends, but when she would camp with Jack, she would describe how he would, just out of the blue, dig a large hole and not give any explanation for that hole whatsoever. And she had no understanding as why he would do that, but she was afraid of him. She was inherently afraid of Jack.
But she did not know what she could do. According to her friends, Emelita had fled the Philippines because political unrest had made it dangerous, and she could not make a living there. She did not want to go back. Her friends told police Emelita warned them to look into Jack if she disappeared, or if she did not return a page immediately. The friend said Emelita hated going with Jack during his frequent camping trips to Lake Whitney, afraid he would kill her there.
All of the ladies gave us information of why they believed that Jack was responsible for her disappearance, and that if anybody knew where she was, he would know where she was.
It was time for the Arlington police to talk to Emelita's husband, Jack Reeves. When he returned to Arlington, detectives asked Reeves to come in for an interview. They asked him why he did not report his wife missing. He claimed she had disappeared before, so he wasn't worried. She always came back. Reeves described the night he last saw Emelita. He said that shortly after he came home, she got dressed up, then left him with their son.
Where are you going?
He mentioned she took her cell phone with her. She did not say where she was going. He said that was the last time he saw his wife. Reeves refused to take a polygraph test, saying he was a naturally nervous person and could not trust the machine. But he agreed to sign a statement. During the interview, Reeves said something that struck the detectives as odd.
He made the off-the-wall comment, if you find Emelita's body at Lake Whitney, are y'all gonna blame me? And that was extremely interesting because we weren't even at the level of Emelita's death yet. No one said anything about her dying, and no one certainly mentioned anything about Lake Whitney.
To further confirm their suspicions, detectives decided to set a trap for Reeves.
In this particular case, we had to take a chance. And so we used a series of bluffs with Jack.
They told Reeves they wanted to test his carpet for DNA.
Skin cells.
Bluffing, they said traces of DNA from a dragged dead body could be found, no matter how well the carpet was cleaned.
Although they're inadmissible in court, they mean absolutely nothing as far as evidence. It's almost like a polygraph examination. A polygraph examination has no evidentiary value whatsoever, but it tells me, hey, is someone telling the truth or lying?
Reeves then appeared worried. He said he had been planning to replace his carpet. The detectives asked him to hold off on the work for at least a week. He agreed. The trap was set.
We appreciate it.
Now police waited to see what Reeves would do.
We've set a surveillance team up on Jack's house because I want to see how he would react, what he would do.
Here he comes.
The very next day, Reeves hired workers to take out the carpet.
I recall early the next morning, I got a phone call from one of the people on the surveillance team. They said that Jack had some people out there and was removing all the carpet out of his house. And once again, although that is not solid evidence that someone committed murder, it tells me that we're on the right track with this man. Listen, an innocent man, from my experience, is not going to rip out his carpet if he has nothing to hide.
Detectives questioned one of the workmen. He said Reeves instructed him to dispose of the carpet and paid him extra to do it immediately. Because of Reeves' comment about Emelita's body and Lake Whitney, investigators searched the area.
We checked with cadaver dogs, looking for fresh burial areas in this park, so on and so forth. We did aerial searches in aircraft over the area looking, and did foot searches. And of course, you're talking about a tremendous amount of area to look.
The terrain was heavily wooded and hard to search. After checking areas where Jack normally camped, investigators still had nothing. There was no sign of Emelita, and no physical evidence of foul play. Hoping for more leads, detectives looked into the suspect's past. They discovered Reeves had been married twice before. He married his second wife, Myung Reeves, while stationed with the Army in Korea. Myung died while the couple was on a camping trip at Lake Whitney 8 years earlier. In 1986, park rangers responded to Jack Reeves' call that his wife Myung had drowned. At the time, Reeves told the rangers he left her alone for half an hour. When he returned, his wife had drowned in 3 feet of water.
When we talked with the police who investigated the death, they recall injuries to to Myon. They recall bruises to her, injuries to her face.
But a justice of the peace issued a certificate stating the death was accidental, closing the case. Curious about what seemed a strange ruling, investigators tracked down Myung's sister.
I thought what was extremely revealing was when I talked with Myung's sister, the first words out of her mouth is that, you know, my sister was murdered. She recalled seeing Myung at the funeral home and seeing bruises to her neck and her face. She pointed that out to Jack. Interesting, the next day, Jack has the body cremated while the sister is bringing up all of these questions.
The sister said Myung was planning to divorce Jack just before she died. Because of the mysterious fates of two of Jack Reeves' wives, investigators now looked into the death of his first wife, Sharon, which occurred 16 years earlier.
Our investigation also led us to the 1978 death of Sharon Reeves, which was reportedly a suicide. And we were really interested in this particular death simply because it involved a self-inflicted shotgun wound to her chest.
Detectives searched records and phoned Sharon's father.
Hello?
So I asked him, when was the last time you spoke with Jack Reeves or you seen Jack? And his comments were, the last time I spoke with Jack and saw him was after he murdered my daughter.
Yeah.
Sharon's father said that Jack was serving another tour of duty in Korea in 1978 when Sharon wrote to him that she wanted a divorce.
Sure.
Jack immediately took leave and returned to Texas. Days later, Sharon was dead.
Which tied in with the other wives in each of those cases. They were going to leave Jack. And so you start to put these things together and you start to think, well, maybe nobody leaves Jack voluntarily or through divorce.
Since Sharon Reeves died in her home in the city of Copperas Cove, the jurisdiction over the case rested 170 miles south of Arlington in Coryell County, Texas. The Arlington detectives met with Copperas Cove Police and the Coryell County District Attorney to see if the cold case warranted prosecution. The retired officers who investigated Sharon's death told them what they knew. 16 years earlier, they responded to a call of a suicide. Jack Reeves led them into a bedroom, where the body of his wife, Sharon Reeves, lay, covered in blood. As police checked for a pulse, nothing could have prepared them for what was about to happen. After the suspicious disappearance of Jack Reeves' third wife, Emelita, police looked into the death of his first wife, Sharon. Investigators revisited the 16-year-old case. One of the first officers on the scene, John Morrison, related the story to detectives Buddy Evans and Tom Lenore.
He was the eyes for Buddy and I. We actually relived that crime scene. We didn't need crime scene photographs because we had time. And I thought he gave a very vivid, believable account.
Morrison said that on July 20th, 1978, he and his partner responded to a suicide call. Jack Reeves led them to a bedroom. He said he had been in the kitchen when he heard a gunshot. Then he found his wife, dead. The police approached Sharon Reeves, who lay on the bed with a shotgun wound to the chest. She was still alive. They called for an ambulance. But within seconds, Sharon Reeves breathed her last breath.
Stand over here, please.
Efforts to resuscitate the 34-year-old woman failed. A coroner came to check the body. The Texas authorities believed the military man's story. Cause of death was listed as a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Suicide by shotgun. Investigators photographed the position of the body and gun. Reeves showed police several handguns he kept in the house. The officer wondered why Sharon used the long and heavy shotgun. Reeves claimed Sharon wrote a suicide note. It said she had fallen in love with another man and could not decide between them. So she was ending her life. It had been 16 years since Sharon's death, and nearly all of the evidence had been destroyed. Coryell County District Attorney Sandy Gately had only one piece of evidence, a single photograph of the scene.
The crime scene photo that we had in this case, the only photo available, showed Sharon Reeves basically laying on the bed with her legs dangling off the bed. She was completely undressed. Her arms were out to her sides and slightly up, and the shotgun was leaning against her left knee. There was considerable blood spatter, and it was easy to see the direction of flow of the blood across her entire body.
They needed an expert to evaluate the photograph. Gately contacted Tom Bevel, a world-recognized expert in blood spatter analysis and crime scene reconstruction.
There were some issues here that seem to be inconsistent with what I've seen in times past. I've not, to this date, actually worked a female suicide where the female was completely nude. Another issue was that her hair was still moist, as if she's through with her bathing for the day. I've not ever worked a suicide where somebody has cleaned himself up, such as a shower or a bath, and then come out and immediately done a suicide. You, as a rule, do not find as many females that commit suicide with a firearm.
The 1978 report theorized Sharon sat on the bed and pulled the trigger with her toe. Checking the photo, Bevel noted the blood first ran down the length of the leg, indicating she was standing, then turned and ran sideways after she fell back. Bevel also questioned the placement of the gun.
Since it's definitely my opinion she would have had to have been standing. The gun is going to be going in the opposite direction because there's no shoulder back there to help stop it from the recoil. Even if she holds on to the barrel long enough before she's losing consciousness and falling backwards, it still would not be drawn to the position with which we find it. It's virtually impossible for the gun to end up in the position that it does. Based upon my analysis of the photograph, my opinion is that the shotgun was triggered by some other person other than her, and that it would have been while she's in an upright position and whoever the shooter is also in an upright position.
With forensic evidence suggesting a homicide, prosecutors obtained permission to exhume Sharon's body, 16 years after she was buried. They hoped an autopsy would provide further evidence. After studying the entrance wound, the medical examiner calculated the angle of the fatal gunshot. He concluded it was highly unlikely the wound could have been self-inflicted, agreeing that Sharon most likely was murdered. Evidence was piling up that Jack Reeves was responsible for the deaths of 3 wives. Now authorities had to make a decision on which case to prosecute. Emelita's body had not been found. Myung's body was cremated after her suspicious drowning. Their best chance of a conviction was for the murder of Jack's first wife, Sharon, in Coryell County.
We traveled to Arlington that morning. I believe it was March the 23rd of 1995. And they were going to execute the warrants at his house. Arlington, in the meantime, had him tailed. They were keeping an eye out for him to make sure they knew where he was. They followed him to the post office that morning when they got the word to go ahead and arrest him.
When he got out of his truck to mail a letter, the police moved in.
Get Reeves, freeze! Get the wall, turn around! Get the wall!
Police confiscated the envelope Reeves was about to mail. Obtaining a warrant, they checked its contents.
Interesting enough, he was going to mail a letter to a new mail order bride. I thought that was rather intriguing, that and somewhat fitting that he was arrested for murder while trying to bring back another woman to the States.
They charged Jack Reeves with Sharon's murder, taking him off the streets before he could harm another woman. A search of his house produced no evidence relating to Sharon's death. His incarceration did not last long. A judge set bail at $300,000. Reeves made bail, and police had to release him to await trial. Days before the Sharon Reeves murder trial, there was a startling turn of events. A hunter walking through the woods at Jack Reeves' favorite camping site, Lake Whitney, made a grisly discovery. It would change the prosecution's plans and finally provide answers about a long-running mystery. In 1994, Emelita Reeves disappeared. Police suspected her husband, Jack Reeves, but had no evidence. Then, days before Reeves went to trial for the 1978 murder of his first wife, Sharon, an important discovery was made in the woods where he often camped. A year after Emelita vanished, a hunter found a skull and scattered bones near Lake Whitney, a place Emelita said she feared. Aware of the Reeves case, Texas Rangers reported the find to Arlington Police Detective Tom Lenore.
They had the anthropology stuff there, and the preliminary findings was this was a young Asian woman. And I knew, I mean, they're very bold, but I knew it was Emelita. There was no doubt about it. That was Emelita.
Exposure to the elements and foraging animals reduced the body to a skeleton. Police needed to confirm the identity. A forensic odontologist made x-rays of the skull's teeth and compared them to dental records of Emelita Reeves. They were an exact match. Now prosecutors could charge Reeves with his third wife's murder. The discovery of Emelita's body changed the state's plan in their case against Reeves. A special hearing was requested by Coryell County District Attorney Sandy Gately, who was working the Sharon Reeves murder.
We made an attempt to try to see if our judge would allow Emelita Reeves' case to be tried first in Bosque County. They had a more recent case, a lot more evidence to prove it. If we were able to do that, then when we tried our case, we could introduce evidence of the conviction in the Emelita case to show the pattern, as opposed to having to go back and completely prove the Emelita case in our case. And that's what we had hoped we would be able to do.
Defense attorney Wes Ball protested the change.
We felt the better strategy was to try to force the Coryell County case to trial first, because we felt we were in the best position based on the evidence in that case, and so that's what we did. We opposed the continuance.
I know about this trial. We're going to move forward and try this trial first. That's my rule.
The defense prevailed, and Gately had no choice but to move forward with the Sharon Reeves murder case in Coryell County. The trial began on January 22, 1996, in the 100-year-old Gatesville, Texas courtroom.
This court's now in session.
Both sides gave opening statements. The district attorney told the jury she believed Jack Reeves shot his wife Sharon after arguing over a divorce.
Sharon Reeves.
She claimed they would prove that the idea of Sharon killing herself with a shotgun was preposterous.
And divorce.
In his opening, the defense attorney contended that Sharon could not decide between her husband and another man. As a result, she committed suicide.
On an emergency leave to try to save his marriage.
Beginning its case, the prosecution called John Morrison, the first responding officer to the scene 17 years earlier. The retired officer related how he found Sharon lying on the bed. When asked his opinion, he said he was not comfortable with the death being called a suicide. The defense immediately objected, claiming the officer's opinion was not fact. The judge sustained the objection, instructing the jury to disregard the officer's statement. The state passed the witness. Under cross-examination, the officer admitted his testimony was based only on memory. All of the Copperas Cove police reports were destroyed, with most of the evidence years earlier.
Well, have you gone back or attempted to find out whether such reports that you may have made exist? Yes. And have you learned that they no longer exist?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
The defense believed the original ruling at the time of Sharon's death was more accurate than witnesses' recollections.
The pathologist at the local Army hospital made an external examination of the body. It was the opinion that this was a suicide, and that was the ruling. And we were trying to suggest to the jury that they shouldn't question a ruling by people that there's been no information presented or incompetent to make these opinions and conclusions.
The state called the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Sharon's exhumed body.
Said that the trajectory would be, gentlemen, something along
The witness testified that Sharon was 5 feet tall and had a reach of less than 20 inches.
Say we have
The bullet trajectory indicated the gun had been pointing down and slightly from the left.
so that
He believed the length and weight of the gun and the angle of the wound made it highly unlikely that Sharon could have fired the fatal shot herself, suggesting a homicide. Under defense cross-examination, the medical examiner admitted that his official conclusion in the autopsy report was the category undetermined for Sharon's cause of death.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I got him to acknowledge that suicide could not be ruled out. I think the long and short of it was he thought homicide was more probable than suicide, but the suicide certainly could not be ruled out.
The prosecution's case had taken several damaging blows. Next, they called blood spatter expert Tom Bevel to the stand. He testified about his examination of the one surviving photograph of the scene.
That she was in a standing position at the time that she was shot. After receiving the shot, she fell over backwards onto the bed. It is my opinion that it is highly improbable that she is the person that actually triggered the firing mechanism. This is a close-up photograph of the thigh area, and what we have are 3 different blood runs that are going from the waist area toward the knee, as you would normally be in a standing position, which is what you would expect the blood to do if you're in a standing position and it hits that part of the thigh. But once the orientation has changed, consistent with that change in the orientation, the blood is going in the direction of the gravity flow, which at this point, once it has changed and formed kind of this L, she's laying on her back in a supine position against the bed.
The state used Bevel's testimony to show the position of Sharon's body when the fatal shot was fired.
His testimony was very important because it was able to establish that Sharon was standing when the shotgun was pulled.
Or things such as most probable.
Questioned by Reeves' attorney, Bevel testified he usually worked with more than one black and white photograph of a crime scene.
The practice of crime scene reconstruction.
So when you say most...
He believed it was a homicide, but admitted that he could not completely exclude other possibilities, including suicide.
That's correct. The ultimate question, obviously, with that, couldn't my opinion possibly have been changed, or couldn't my opinion have been more firm if I had the additional opportunity to look at other angles of this scene? And I have to agree, yes, it is always better to have too many photographs from too many different angles as opposed to one single photograph from one angle and it being black and white.
To further explain the deadly gunshot, the state called Arlington police detective Buddy Evans. He had helped the prosecution stage a recreation of Sharon's alleged suicide.
I'm going to demonstrate to you now, or actually a model of.
To show the recreation to the jury, they used a model who was the same size as Sharon Reeves. The position of the fatal wound was marked on the model's chest. Evans explained that with the recreation, they could show that it was impossible for Sharon to have fired the gun herself. The detective positioned the model and the gun. Standing and holding the gun herself, she could not reach the trigger.
Can you try it from another position?
Although the blood spatter analysis indicated Sharon was standing when she was shot, they had the model sit. Again, holding the gun up, the model could not pull the trigger. They then had her try it with the butt of the gun resting on the floor. Forgetting the direction of the entrance wound, she angled the gun incorrectly.
The model is there in the loudest quiet sound I've ever heard in a courtroom, because you can hear a pin drop and then suddenly click, click, and I think the prosecution was stunned.
The state worried that reasonable doubt had just entered the jurors' minds.
It was bad. When we heard the click of that trigger being pulled, I mean, I was sweating. I turned around and looked at my investigator, he looked at me, and we're like, you know, we just lost this case.
Jack Reeves was on trial for the murder of his first wife, Sharon. In an attempt to show the jury that Sharon Reeves could not have shot herself, the state used a model to demonstrate. But the model was able to reach the trigger. Prosecutor Sandy Gately determined the trigger pulled because the model positioned the gun in a manner inconsistent with the actual gunshot wound.
Once we realized that it was just a miscalculation, we went back and showed the jury and explained to them, this is the mistake we made. This is why the trigger was able to be pulled. And this is what happens if you use the correct angles. Then it was like night and day. That was the big turning point in the whole trial.
After closing arguments, the case went to the jury. It was up to them to decide if Jack Reeves murdered Sharon or if she had taken her own life. 12 of Reeves' peers agreed on what happened 17 years earlier.
Defendant, rise, please.
He raised a 20-gauge shotgun to his wife's chest and pulled the trigger. Jack Reeves was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison.
Always is in a case like that where you know someone's taken somebody else's life and you can take that person off the street. You know you're going to get some decent time out of it. That's not even the most important part. The most important part is he's going to finally have to answer for something that he thought he'd covered up 17 years ago, and he's never going to be able to do it again.
But detectives Buddy Evans and Tom Lenore were not finished with Jack Reeves. They still wanted him prosecuted for the murder of his third wife, Emelita, whose remains were recovered a year after she disappeared. With a warrant, investigators had searched the house where Jack and Emelita lived.
There were some particular articles of jewelry that we were told, if they were in that house, that Emelita's gone, she's dead, because she never would have left without them. So if I were to believe that Emelita walked out of that house and left, she walked out of that house with absolutely nothing that she owned. And I thought it was even more intriguing is she walked out of that house and left her child. And she's not going to do it.
Another key piece of evidence developed after detectives received a call from Reeves' family. They said Reeves called them from jail, requesting they go to the house and get Emelita's cell phone out of a leather jacket he left behind. He told them not to tell police. At Reeves' second murder trial, Bosque County prosecutors presented evidence to support their theory of what had happened to Emelita. They believed she had mentioned leaving him because of his abuse. He became enraged, struck her, then strangled her. Evidence found in the garage indicated what happened next.
At the time of Emelita's disappearance, Jack Reeves took a perfectly good sofa, gutted it, got rid of it. We don't know where it went. The sofa's gone and Emelita's gone at the same time, and our theory at that point in time was she was transported in that sofa.
The 6-day Bosque County trial featured 70 witnesses and 227 pieces of evidence. Jack Reeves was found guilty of Emelita's murder on August 19, 1996. He was given the harshest possible sentence, 99 years, to run concurrently with his sentence for Sharon's murder. To date, all of his appeals have been denied.
Missing librarian. A forgotten typewriter room. A page of mysterious notes. And a diary full of incriminating allegations. But no body. Can the police make a murder charge stick nonetheless? Enter the world of forensic science, the science of crime, where a suspect's guilt or innocence can hang on a single piece of evidence.
Nobody should die that way.
I've never seen anything that
One
horrific.
of the duties of a pathologist is to determine the cause of death.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen. All for free. No subscription required. Download Veely now. Make sure to like and subscribe.
In big cities, people go missing all the time. Toronto police can get as many as 10 or 15 missing persons reports on any given day. But some cases are more suspicious than others. The case involving Susan O'Neill and Robert Addie Adamson is suspicious right from the start. Toronto Police Constable Emerson Finn is the first to be called in.
First of all, we want to make sure it's a missing person, not somebody just doesn't want to find. A lot of people just don't want to go off, and it's not that they're missing, just that somebody can't find them, feels they're missing.
The missing couple's neighbors tell Finn a story he will later hear repeated by Susan's co-workers at the local library. That Susan's aunt recently died in Sault Ste. Marie, a 12-hour drive north of Toronto. Susan's common-law husband, Addie, has left word that he and Susan have gone up there to look after the aunt's estate. But that was 2 weeks ago. Investigators search the couple's East End Toronto home.
It was just in immaculate condition. There was nothing broken, nothing out of place. We could find no indication of anything sinister having taken place there. It was just a normal home.
Investigators learn that Susan O'Neill is a warm, family-oriented woman with a close circle of friends. She and Addie, a real estate developer, have been together for 8 years. They have a golden retriever named Quasar. The couple is devoted to Susan's father, a retired lawyer who lives in a nursing home nearby. They visit him at least twice a week. But no one at the nursing home has seen or heard from the couple in 14 days. Susan's father is terribly worried. Finn widens his search, notifying the Ontario Provincial Police, contacting hospitals in Toronto and Sault Ste. Marie, even calling the morgue. He gets nowhere. He starts to wonder if the couple is still together.
We did receive information from one or two sources that indicated there was a bit of a problem in the relationship, and possibly it would have been broken off in the next short while. And one of the aspects you have to look at is maybe she just had enough and up and left.
Susan O'Neill's address book confuses investigators. If Susan had an aunt living in Sault Ste. Marie, why are there no Sault Ste. Marie listings? Police learn that Susan does have an aunt who lives in Ohio. When they contact her, she tells police that she is the only aunt Susan has. Something doesn't add up.
The common-law husband was the only person anybody had spoken to. Susan had not contacted any of her friends to relate the story of her going north.
Fearing the worst, Finn calls homicide. Forensic Identification Officer John Badowski is dispatched to the missing couple's house.
What I've been asked or tasked with is to ascertain, is there a crime scene here, and if so, what is the nature of the crime? Having walked through the house once, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. I did lead a very intrusive investigation, looking at every photo album in the house, into reading her personal diary, reading personal letters.
Badowski learns that Susan was once very much in love with her husband. I am happy and profoundly grateful to be with Addie, she wrote. But over the years, things between them have changed. Addie has been unemployed for some time. His life now revolves around the radio and the TV. He rarely finishes what he starts. The least setback, and he's ready to give up the whole project, Susan wrote. Police are now desperate to talk to Addie, but they still have no idea where he is. Veteran homicide detective Steve Reeser joins investigator Finn in the search for Susan and Addie.
I still felt strongly that she was missing and he was responsible somehow for her being missing. Whether she was dead or not, I don't know. I mean, for all I knew, she was locked up somewhere in some cabin, and who knows? I had no idea, what had happened to her.
Police get the break they need from Susan's aunt in Ohio. When the aunt learned of her niece's disappearance, she contacted her estranged husband, Arnold. Arnold had no idea where Susan was, but he did know of Addie's whereabouts. Addie showed up at Arnold's Ohio farmhouse 5 days after Susan went missing. He said he and Susan had broken up because he was traveling too much for business. Addie seemed in no hurry to leave, even going so far as to set up a makeshift office in Arnold's living room.
We felt very strongly that there was a necessity to go down there and invest that time and effort into at least sitting down with them and talking about the circumstances under her missing and where she might be.
When the police contact Arnold, he says he too is concerned about Susan and that Addie is in Florida, but he's due back soon. The minute Steve Reeser hangs up the phone in Toronto, he is busy making travel plans of his own. He's got a few questions for one Robert Adamson. At Susan and Addie's house in Toronto, ident officer John Badowski uses ultraviolet light to detect traces of organic matter, such as blood or other bodily fluids. It's his first time using this forensic technique. He experiences a breakthrough.
There was an immense amount of what appeared to be spatter up and down the staircase. It shocked me. My initial reaction was, wow, I've got it right here.
The overall effect suggests carnage on such a huge scale that Badowski is forced to question his findings and seek out a second opinion. The conclusion is much less dramatic than he had thought.
It was just simply organic material being tracked in from the grass and from the rain by the dog. And that was the end of the mystery.
Toronto police catch up with Adamson at a detention center in Ohio, where he's being held by U.S. immigration for false entry into the country. Emerson Finn, the original investigator on the case, accompanies Detective Reeser to the interview.
He was a little different, a little strange, bit of a con man, a little flaky, if I could say that.
Adamson tells them one story after another.
He started off by denying any knowledge of Susan's whereabouts. Later on, he changed his tune and said he'd had a fight with Susan and gone out for a walk. And when he came back, the doors were open and Susan was gone and he knew she was dead. They had taken her and we said, well, who'd taken her? And he said, well, I'd been involved in a land real estate deal with some Montreal mafia types. And I lost millions of dollars for them, and they were going to get even with me. And when I come back and she was gone, I knew they had taken her and killed her. And it's just such an incredible story. It was totally unbelievable. But that was his story. He stuck to it.
The interview lasts 4 hours. When it's over, the investigators ask Adamson to return to Canada voluntarily. He declines. Addie will have to be deported. At Susan's house in Toronto, ident officer Badowski logs countless man-hours. The more time he spends alone in the house, the more committed to the investigation he becomes.
In my heart, I knew something was wrong. And I felt that I owed it to her, even though I never met her, but this was my job anyways, was to act in the interest of her.
In Susan's later diary entries, Badowski discovers more dark secrets about her common-law husband. Adamson had stolen thousands of dollars from Susan's father's bank account, which Adamson had then invested in lottery tickets. There's such a consistent pattern of lying that I'm afraid to admit it to myself, Susan wrote. I feel trashed, used, unloved, dead inside. How ironic. The more he takes from me, the more he hates me. At Susan's uncle's farmhouse in Ohio, Steve Reeser is also making some important discoveries. Among Adamson's belongings, Reeser finds one particularly intriguing set of notes. The notes include the names of several cities and a Chicago funeral home. Using Adamson's hotel receipts, Reeser and Finn retrace the route Adamson must have taken from Toronto. Police learn that within days of Susan's disappearance, Adamson turned up at Susan's father's bank with a typewritten letter on Susan's stationery. It authorized Adamson to withdraw money from Susan's father's account. Adamson's notes also indicate that he inquired about the cost of shipping his dead aunt to a funeral home in Chicago. For Steve Reeser, it's all coming clear. There was no dead aunt. The body Adamson planned to ship to Chicago was that of Susan O'Neill.
You have to remember that we're gathering evidence in case there is no body. We have to face the possibility of perhaps trying to prosecute without a body and prove circumstantially that she was dead.
Months after Susan O'Neill's disappearance, there is still no sign of her, but investigators feel they must act. When Adamson is deported from the United States, police are waiting at the airport to arrest him and charge him with first-degree murder. Steve Reeser has just made history. Never before has a member of the Toronto Police Force arrested a murder suspect before a victim's body has been found. But his job is far from over. Knowing he must build a strong case, Reeser asks forensic documents analyst Greg Dawson to compare the letter authorizing Adamson to withdraw money from his father-in-law's account with a typewriter ribbon found at the Ohio farmhouse.
The question letter is a letter on Susan O'Neill letterhead, and it's to the Plains Bank of Illinois, and I was asked whether or not the details of this letter are on this typewriter, and they are. Not only that, but there are mistakes made in the letter that are also on it. So because of the mistakes and all the particular way that the letter is performed, I can say that there's no question that this letter was produced by using this typewriter ribbon.
Reeser now has proof that Adamson is, at the very least, a thief. But can the detective prove that he is a murderer? At Susan's house in Toronto, crime scene analyst John Badelsky has another break.
When I sat down and looked at the bathtub, I realized that it had been polished. It had probably even been vacuumed. And yet the sink to the left of it, just 2 feet to the left of it, looked like a normal sink with toothpaste stains. And I stood back and examined this in my head for probably 5 or 10 minutes and realized this is wrong. And I immediately went downstairs and called one of the homicide investigators, and I called him home, I believe, and said, I don't know what it is, but the bathtub is involved. And this is why. There's not even a pubic hair. This is very abnormal. Nobody takes their bathtub this religiously.
With his daughter's whereabouts still unknown, Susan's father passes away. A month later, a maintenance crew is at work in the ravine behind the father's nursing home. Climbing down the slope, workers encounter a terrible smell. At the bottom of the ravine, they find a duffel bag. Police are called in, along with pathologist Noah McCullough.
Police were on scene. I got there. Curiosity led me to rappel down this more or less vertical bank. The nearest I've ever come to climbing Everest. Never do it again.
Going down isn't too bad. Coming back up is hell.
The duffel bag contains a jumbled collection of human bones. It has likely been in this spot for months, long enough for the human remains inside to become completely skeletonized. Based on the shape of the pelvis, Noel McAuliffe is able to determine that the bones are those of a woman. But he cannot determine the identity nor the cause of her death.
The remains were brought to the city morgue and the bones were examined meticulously for nicks, evidence of gunshot injury, evidence of blunt force injury. There was no bony injury. And essentially at this stage, one could say that there was no anatomic cause of death in this woman.
McAuliffe uses dental x-rays to identify the deceased as Susan O'Neill. How did Susan die? Her body is so badly decomposed, investigators fear they may never know. And if they cannot say for certain how Susan met her death, how can they say for certain who killed her? When Adamson learns that his wife's body has been found, he cooks up a new story. He now tells police that he and Susan had been fighting that night. In a rage, she picked up a board and hit him across the head. He blacked out. When he came to, he says that he was lying on top of her and she was dead. Investigators don't believe this story either. They are beginning to piece together their own theory about Adamson and the late Susan O'Neill. Adamson had been living off Susan for years. If their relationship had ended, his free ride would have been over. But if Susan were to simply disappear, Adamson could lay claim to both her estate and eventually her father's as well. So how then did Adamson murder Susan? At the murder trial, investigators testify that they believe Robert Adamson held Susan O'Neill underwater until she drowned. He did an excellent job of destroying trace evidence at the scene. When Adamson was finished, the bathtub gleamed, but he had no way of knowing there was incriminating evidence in a place he hadn't considered. Inside Susan O'Neill's body. For investigators, this is Exhibit A, a microscopic life form called a diatom. Diatoms are a form of plant life found in water. When someone drowns, their lungs are filled with water, and the microscopic diatoms burst through the lungs into the bloodstream. The diatoms then move rapidly throughout the body, where they ultimately settle in the bone marrow. Noel McAuliffe cuts the thigh bone in half and extracts some marrow. If there are any diatoms to be found, this is where they'll be.
The presence of diatoms in the femoral bone marrow was a strong and clear indication to me that this woman had drowned.
The jury takes just 70 minutes to find Robert Addie Adamson guilty of the second-degree murder of Susan O'Neill. Everyone involved in the case sees Susan the same way, as a fine, upstanding woman tragically cut down in midlife. There is just one thing they don't understand.
The one thing I did find odd was why she would want to be with Robert Adamson. That's the only thing that's puzzling about Susan.
I will trust his judgment, Susan once wrote of Addie in her diary. For I do trust him, and he needs that trust. Susan O'Neill's most admirable quality may have been her faith in other people. The tragic irony of her life is that the person in whom she placed the most faith turned out to be the one who killed her. On September 6, 1991, Judge Nicholson McRae sentenced Robert Adamson to life in prison. He remains behind bars in Kingston Penitentiary. Her name was Alison Perrott. His name was unknown. What they had is DNA. It pointed to one person in the entire world. Where was he? And would they ever catch him? Enter the world of forensic science, the science of crime, where a suspect's guilt or innocence can hang on a single piece of evidence. In 1986, Canada's largest city was still known as Toronto the Good. Parents felt if their kids took reasonable precautions, the city was safe. The case of 11-year-old Alison Perrott would shatter that myth forever.
I always wanted Scottish names for my kids. I think Alison's just a wonderful, perfect name, and it suited her very well. She always knew who she was. And she was great if anyone was having problems or if somebody was a bit on the out. She loved people and she reached out to people and people were really attracted to her.
But the image in the public's mind was Alison the runner. It was summer vacation. Alison had qualified for 3 races at the upcoming track meet in New Jersey. She told her coach she dreamed of representing Canada one day in the 3,000-meter race. She would never get that chance. On a hot, muggy Friday morning on July 25, 1986, Alison got a phone call from a man who said he was a photographer. As one of 3 kids in her age bracket representing Ontario at the U.S. meet, the man told her he wanted to take some publicity shots at Varsity Stadium. On the surface, nothing seemed suspicious about the photo session. The man said other members of Alison's track club would also be at the stadium for the publicity shots. Alison called her mother at work to see if it was okay.
She sounded a little apprehensive, but the apprehension seemed to be around the exact directions of getting there. And so we went over that a couple of times, and then she seemed fine.
Alison put on her favorite clothes, baggy shorts and a green shirt that had once been her dad's. She planned to take the subway to St. George Station across the street from Varsity Stadium. A passerby remembered seeing her on the way to the subway. That would be the last known sighting of Alison Perrott.
Whenever I got back to the house and she wasn't here, I started getting anxious.
Around supper time, the police were called in. They checked Varsity Stadium, but there was no sign of it.
I was sick. Alison wasn't the kid who'd ever run away or just wasn't, I knew something terrible had happened.
Suspecting the worst, police immediately launched a massive hunt. When news of the young girl's disappearance becomes public, hundreds of volunteers, including many of Allison's neighbors, join in. At first, detectives aren't sure whether Allison even made it downtown. But a surveillance camera in a bank across from Varsity Stadium shows her from the waist down, striding past shortly before 11:30 a.m. The next day, Allison's parents went on TV.
If you're the person who's taken our daughter, please bring her home.
As the search intensifies, volunteers fan out across Toronto with posters of the missing young girl. Then on Sunday around 6:30 p.m., 2 days after Allison's abduction, her nude body is found in Kings Mill Park in Toronto's West End. The search for Allison Parad is over. Her disappearance has turned into a homicide.
You can't comprehend it at all. I mean, you're just utterly and completely stunned.
Because the weather has been hot and muggy, her body has suffered environmental damage. Given how quickly semen deteriorates and suspecting a sexual motive, the pathologist takes vaginal swabs at the scene.
I hope that the body will tell me the cause of death. I'll be looking at the entire body to see what is abnormal. Outside, that is the skin, the surface, and then what's inside the body, in all the body cavities.
Allison's body is then sent to be autopsied. The pathologist finds signs that Allison was bound and gagged and brutally raped while still alive. Based on the marks around her neck, he concludes the cause of death is ligature strangulation. With additional samples taken at autopsy, there are now 7 vaginal swabs. Using the ABO blood testing system, scientists determined the swabs contain male semen from the killer. The bad news, they're insufficient to test against possible suspects. But in hopes of future forensic use, the samples are refrigerated at the Center of Forensic Sciences. The evening after Allison's memorial service, her mother finds herself looking up at the first star.
And I said the little rhyme out loud that I used to, starlight, star bright, for star I see tonight. And because Allison and I used to say that together. And I then bent my head and I prayed. I prayed for forgiveness. I said all the things to Allison that I felt that I wanted to say. And I then had this sort of feeling of letting go. It was a very mum thing to do. And I opened my eyes and started going out of hospital.
Who had raped and murdered 11-year-old Allison Parad? And would he ever be caught? Exhibit A, a vaginal swab, key evidence left by the killer at the crime scene. More than 20 detectives hunt for Allison's killer, but it is a daunting task. Because the caller knew about Allison's track accomplishments, men and boys in Allison's racing circles become suspects. So do family, friends, and acquaintances. Police question previous sex offenders, particularly convicted pedophiles. Some suspects bring their wives. Some suspects bring their lawyers. After 18 months, detectives have filed some 30,000 reports, interviewed 20,000 witnesses, and identified 1,200 suspects. But with no prime suspect, the investigation gradually gets pushed to the back burner. Around this time, the late 1980s, an amazing new forensic tool helped solve a rape and murder case in England. The tool, DNA.
Some of my colleagues have described it as God's gift of forensic science. You read a lot about people saying it's the best thing in forensic science in 100 years. It truly gives you an investigative tool to work with.
What makes DNA so formidable is its power to test minute biological samples, even degraded ones, and still finger one individual in the entire world. If investigators can get a DNA profile of Allison's killer, they will be halfway towards solving the case. But by the time forensic DNA labs are established in Canada, it's years after Allison's murder. Remember those 7 swabs containing male semen? In 1993, it was time to see if they might yield a DNA profile.
I think 1993 was just the right time to take this type of case and see if you could use DNA as a tool. To take the case to another level, to go from the level of, we have a case, there's a lot of information about it, but we just don't have that forensic input that puts it to another level of being able to identify the person who committed this crime.
The results are better than expected. Investigators now have a perfect DNA sample of the killer. All they have to do is match that sample to a person. Between the years 1993 and 1996, 75 suspects are tested. None of their DNA samples match the sample from the vaginal swabs. Science alone can't solve this case,